Hello, this is Storybooks channel. New videos are posted every day. Subscribe and click the bell.
In her 20s, Daria was a real star, not in movies or television, but in her department. But which one? Journalism at the country's leading university, and shine on the blue screens could well be the next stage for the ambitious girl. After all, it was from this faculty came out those who many of us now call stars. Famous TV presenters, journalists. Daria also had a firm intention to build a successful career. Although you cannot say that in such a cute head can be serious thoughts. Outwardly, she was a petite blonde with a doll-like pilot and a bay of laughter. Like a magnet, she attracted the attention of everyone around her, caused admiring glances of guys and enviously and whispered her girls. It seemed that she needed only entertainment, suitors, and endless fun. Nevertheless, Daria studied quite well and tried to pick up not just any suitors, but those with a higher status and more money. And for the third week, she met with Kevin, the son of very wealthy parents. Girls, don't jinx it. Don't take the guy away. What kind of spell? Wouldn't the conspirators do it? She whispered to her friends. He's definitely not going to leave me. He's got his eye on me. He spares no expense. We went to a restaurant yesterday that I didn't know what to choose from a menu of expensive dishes. And you don't know what you're gonna eat. It's called molecular cuisine. What's that? Miranda asked, the main loser of the course, as she was called, and as she considered herself. Her studies were going swimmingly. She had no success with the boys, neither skin nor face. As they say it is when they make a hell of a lot of things out of the usual products, Daria said with a sense of superiority as the possessor of secret knowledge. They have bread in the form of foam, spaghetti in the form of oranges, salad in the form of sauce. The meat looks like a brownie and the coffee is solid. It's all unusual, of course, but kind of weird and costs crazy money. It's a good thing Kevin's not greedy. Daria did not fail to emphasize her own importance and her ownership of her beau. Girls, let's go in. The seminar is starting. An elderly political science teacher stood in the doorway, preparing to close it. Do you need a separate invitation? He turned to the girl group with Daria at the head. Hey, James, take your beauty. Waving his hand, he beckoned to the red-headed boy. Time for the ladies to get their heads in the game. It's not all about counting. Daria, the girls really should go, James said softly. He was the head of the group at the journalism department. Students from the radio and television department. He was now beginning his third year of study. This silent, quiet guy was respected by his classmates. He studied well, was always polite, disciplined and responsible, able to settle disputable situations. That is, as a headman, he was absolutely in his place. He had only one weakness. Daria, everyone knew that he had been in love with her for a long time, and absolutely hopelessly. After all, it was simply impossible to imagine them as a couple. Bright, energetic beauty, Daria just outshined phlegmatic James with his unpleasant facial features. Well, except for the snub nose a little added to its zest. The girl was well aware of the headman's feelings and skillfully used the sigh. She did not give him direct hopes, but fueled his interest with coquetry and constantly filled him with requests for a little help on various occasions. That in the dean's office to patronize for a place in the dormitory, to help things to transfer to a separate apartment, which the girl, according to the legend, rented parents. In fact, Daria lived successfully at the expense of rich lovers in the plural, not because there were several of them at once. They simply replaced each other so quickly that even Daria's closest friends were confused by the names of her suitors, not having time to remember the next one. Daria herself saw nothing wrong in it. Going home with a new suitor, she calmly caught the eyes of grandmothers on the bench at the entrance, and usually sharp-tongued elderly women. In this case, even words suitable for her were not found. They were silently discouraged and even looked with mild horror at a girl who was behaving so shamelessly. What should I be shy of and who? Old faces or the young classmates? They're all jealous of me. They're incapable of attracting a man themselves. They're just grumpy, angry grumblers. So rudely, Daria explained her position in conversations with her closest friends. In public, of course, such words she did not allow herself. She behaved not like a boy, but like a girl, well-mannered, educated, observing the rules of behavior accepted in high society. We counted ourselves, considered herself this special blue blood, which is allowed what is not allowed plebeians. How in this hypocritical could fall in love with intelligent James, it is incomprehensible. Love is evil only and remains to say he fell in love with her. An image he saw at the entrance exam. The applicants were singing over their essays, stooping, stopping, thinking, chewing on pens or sheets, starting to write again. Against this slightly nervous background stood out a calm white girl with a ponytail, sitting in the rightmost row by the window. With her left hand, she picked up her chin, leaned on the desk, and calmly wrote her text. From time to time, she looked out of the window for a couple of seconds, and as if seeing something important there, continued writing without hurrying or getting nervous. The summer sun illuminated her head. The rays shone through the white strands, knocked out of the ponytail falling on her arm and framing her face. It seemed as if the girl was glowing. Is that what a light head means? With a smile thought then for the love of James. He was so enchanted by the beautiful stranger that he could hardly tear his gaze away from her to finish his essay. After the exam, when the applicants, having passed the essay, with a sense of relief scattered from the room, he wanted to approach the girl, but found no reason, which he regretted all the 2 months that passed before the beginning of his studies. He had passed the competition, but could the stranger? He didn't know the girl's last name, so he couldn't check the enrollment lists. The more was his happiness when in September he saw his princess at the first introductory pair. James didn't hesitate. After the lectures, he came over, got acquainted, and never left Daria's side. Daria even went on a date with him because it was surprising for both of them. James was not sure that the girl would agree, but decided to try his luck and let her know how he felt. He invited Daria to the theater, and Miranda refused. The girl also surprised herself. After all, the beau was not to her taste. Too timid, too poor by her standards, but useful. Daria thought going to the performance of Sweet Boy will provide him with good memories. This evening will come in handy somehow, cynically enough, the girl reasoned. Her plan had worked. James was delighted with her companion's grace, sense of humor, and fell in love even more, although this date was the first and only one. Further, Daria kept the young man at a distance, but did not stop communicating. Realizing that she could not find a second such a reliable friend, especially among men. They perceived the girl in a consumerist way, thinking more about their own satisfaction than about Daria's needs. By the end of the 3rd year, James and Daria had an established relationship. He silently loves, and she allows it. And James, in turn, allowed her a lot of things as well. Only with a minus sign of inattention and non-committal towards him arrogance in communication with other people, frivolous behavior with jumps from bunk to bunk. But one day patience broke. Even he had Daria having an affair with a faculty member. The whole university was whispering about it. Not old professor lost his head from the young student waited for her near the classroom. In between classes in the evenings, they were seen then in a restaurant, then at the opera, then walking hand in hand in the park. Remarkably, he taught philosophy, but all his reason and analytical thinking seemed to fly away with naive, amorous eyes. He looked at his young companion, not believing his happiness, in which, however, and no one believed. Knowing Daria's reputation, she didn't quite understand why she was wasting so much time on a man who had no prospects for her. He was completely out of her league. Of course, she was interested in talking to him. Flattered to have the attention of an intelligent man. My sweet philosopher. That's what she called him in person, and out of sight without a name. He had his own apartment, a substantial professor's salary. But that wasn't enough for Daria. She was looking forward to a comfortable existence. She wanted to live large to get everything she wanted. And fast. About a month she stayed in the shop window with her ardent but aged sigh. Probably would have lasted longer, but I met Kevin. He's the love of my life. As something even a little doomed, thought she, having seen for the first time Blue-Eyed Blonde. It happened at night in a club, where Daria was invited to a birthday party by a girlfriend. The girl had refused as best she could. She didn't want any activity at all. First, she had a busy day at the university, Then she spent a stormy evening with the professor of the past, and not at all in philosophical disputes. In the morning, she had to get up early for lectures, but the girlfriend said that it was her 20th anniversary and she would be very offended if on such a significant day Daria would not be there. So I had to go. Usually Daria was the leader of the company, but this time she was tired. She just sat at the bar, holding out a cocktail. While her friends were dancing, Kevin came over to her. Word after word, and in the morning they parted as good friends. They agreed to meet again tonight. Daria was happy. It seemed to her that she had finally met the man of her dreams, and she informed her sweet philosopher about it. A couple of hours later, the man was already pitiful to look at. His cozy world had collapsed. The day before, he had possessed a young, gorgeous beauty. He made, though cautiously, plans for future life together, and in an instant happiness disappeared together with Daria, who disappeared both figuratively and literally in the university, did not appear. She didn't answer his calls. The professor simply decided to escape from reality. He got drunk. At first he came to his classes with a smell. Then he didn't show up to class unannounced at all. Then he came to the university in such a state that he was in a bad way. The management tolerated this outrage for a month and fired him. Then he was lost. Rumor had it that he never recovered from the blow, never found a decent job, got by on a night watchman's wages. Everybody blamed Daria for the incident, even James. It was too eye-opening. The girl's total irresponsibility and sensuality. It was obvious that she had no remorse. She didn't care that she trampled on a man's heart. She enjoyed a new romance with Kevin, showered her with signs of attention, and very expensive. He would order an exclusive bouquet of tulips in the fall. He would take her to a boutique with fresh, fashionable collections, and buy of almost all the best restaurants and cool parties. It seemed like the whole world of lucky feet. Looking at this, James began to wonder if his chosen one was so good. Like all lovers, he tried to think of some excuse for her behavior. But it was no good. No matter how he looked at it, Daria had done a terrible thing. The young man decided to give himself time to think. He distanced himself from the girl, ignored her at the university, didn't call her anymore, and wasn't interested in her affairs. However, Daria, to all appearances, did not even notice the disappearance of her faithful knight. Kevin was too much in her head. She woke up and went to sleep with thoughts of him, and she knew nothing about him. Where did he get the money for entertainment and luxurious gifts? It's unclear. Officially, he did not work anywhere from questions on this topic increased. His parents owned a real estate agency and earned very well. But it was unlikely that they allocated their son money for expensive gifts to girls. It was all a bit suspicious. But Daria chased the bad thoughts away. There is money. There is attention. There is, and there is. I have enough. The girl calmed herself. Up to the time and the truth, everything was fine. But how long the rope does not twist. The end of the easy dacha life came a month later. James, that's too bad. Why? Did Daria read everything into the tube? Sobbing, I feel so bad. James was taken aback by such affectionate treatment. Daria had never called him that, nor was she generally prone to sentimentality and tender words. But the surprise was quickly replaced by anxiety without the girl's coherent speech mixed with sobs. She couldn't really explain what had happened. And it was 3:00 p.m. on the clock. At such a time, one does not call just to chat. The conversation obviously didn't wait till morning. Daria, what's wrong? Where are you? To get the young man clear answers. But the girl only giggled and mumbled something unintelligible. Looks like she was drunk. I'll be right there. I hope your home will open the door. Resolutely said the young man, deciding that it would be faster on the spot to understand the situation. Under the door of Sergei did not have to stand. It was open. The apartment was silent, half-darkness reigned. In the room burned candles on the server for 2 tables. A ray of light came only from the bathroom. That's where the young man went and found Daria. She was sitting on the floor, eyes closed with her back against the washing machine, helplessly spreading her arms where blood was running down them. Nearby lay a pair of monetary scissors, a knife and blades from an antique razor, which is rarely used nowadays. And all of it was covered in blood, too. Daria, Daria, the guy started pounding on the girl. She didn't respond. Her head slumped to the side. Her body slid further and further to the floor. James felt a pulse on her bloody wrists. Alive, he exhaled. You fool. What have you done? Hello, good evening. Please send an ambulance to Boulevard. The bronze gogol on the boulevard was a silent witness to the unconscious Daria being transferred from the stretcher to the ambulance. And he didn't care what was going on. How many situations like this has he seen in 70 years? What's it worth? Ages have changed. People lived their joys and sorrows, and he watched everything indifferently. For some reason, such strange thoughts crossed James' mind. Exhausted by the night's events, he was sleepy and out of it. The monument stood at the very end of the boulevard and had its back turned to him. Apparently, that is why it seemed to the young man that Gogol indifferently turned his back on the events of the patriarchal young man to the depths of his soul. Daria was under the control of doctors for a month and a half. First, she lay in the emergency hospital, then she was transferred to a psychiatric hospital. Like they do to anyone who tries to commit suicide. That's where she spent Christmas. That's something you don't forget. A holiday in the asylum, Daria joked in a phone conversation with James. By then, she had found the strength to smile again. The festive decorations in the psychoneurological dispensary, strangely enough, really created a joyful mood. Her streets were not put up so as not to provoke patients to their unconventional uses for the same reasons. Balls were hung from the ceiling, and just in case, not glass, but plastic. The gurneys standing along the corridor walls in the ward were especially adorable. All of them were lovingly and carefully paper-rained with bright colors. Daria would take pictures of all this on her phone and send them to James. Every day now passed in such telephone communication. Visitors were not allowed into the hospital. There was a quarantine, so calls and emails were the only connection to the normal world. Daria kept in contact only with James, as if shutting herself off from her former life, friends, and acquaintances. In the morning, she sent him a picture of the hospital breakfast. In the afternoon, she photographed the view outside the window of her pills. Actually, all that seemed significant to her in the dull hospital life, in the fact that James instantly responded to her most silly and unimportant messages, she found comfort. After all, that was how someone needed her, but at least someone. Daria never told James anything about what had happened that terrible evening when he had found her bloodied until she was discharged. He didn't ask either, afraid of triggering bad memories and bringing Daria out of her current state of not-so-stable condition. Despite the girl's seemingly good mood, the girl talked to herself. On the day she was discharged from the hospital, it turned out that there was no one to pick her up. All the girlfriends were busy, and Daria had no relatives in the city. Her parents lived in Colorado. To the rescue, as always, came loyal James, helped to load things into a cab, went with her, brought everything to the girl's home. Let me go to the store. You got a lot of stuff in here? The young man looked in the refrigerator, while Daria was sorting out the hospital bags. Why don't we buy some wine? Celebrate you coming home. Thank you, James. That was a big help. I don't feel strong enough. I can't see straight. The doctor said my ferrium is low. So there's no iron stores in my body. Well, you'd think I'd lose that much. Why don't you buy some buckwheat and something else? Something with lots of iron. Oh, that legend about buckwheat, laughed the young man. You should fry it with salt. There's a lot of iron in that. And most of all in Kuna creepy and seaweed. Let's look it up on the internet. I'm sure we can find some exotic salad recipe. I mean, it's got seafood and it's fun to make. It'll be good for you. I'll buy some white wine for the seafood. No wine, said Daria. I can't. And I agree about the salad. Go to the store. I'll look up the recipe and send you a list. What should I get? It was James and Daria's long married day. Discussing the menu, going to the store, cooking together, and actually having lunch or dinner. It was early at 5 p.m., right on the hospital schedule. Daria laughed as she smoked dishes. Quiet time, except I missed dinner. We had it from 3 to 5 p.m. at the hospital. I'm surprised I didn't take a picture of the food for you. I've developed a reflex to send you reports. Thank you again for your support and attention, and to the world of technological advancement. Without my phone, I'd be crazy out there. Although I'm already a little bit off, aren't I? Once I got there, Doria was embarrassed, the smile fading from her face. I'll always help you, James said, very seriously, and looked into the girl's eyes. Doria answered him with a long, attentive look, as if he was weighing something in his mind. Let's talk, she said. I want you to know the truth. That evening, she waited for Kevin to visit, though she thought it was strange to call him a guest. Rather, one might almost consider him a husband. They hadn't been apart since they'd met. That was what they were going to celebrate tonight. 2 months since the meeting in the nightclub, Daria had a surprise for the young man. The girl, anticipating how he would react to it, smiled dreamily and leisurely with love and care, gathered festive dishes on the table, arranged the utensils, put candles to create a cozy, intimate atmosphere. Kevin came with a large bouquet of scarlet roses, so long that there was no vase for them, and had to put them in a tall mop bucket. It looked like a garbage can, but the guys decided not to pay attention to it. In the candlelight, the roses in the bucket on the floor looked beautiful and a little mysterious, casting wavering shadows on the floor and the wall. Honey, Daria said, raising her glass of juice from the champagne Kevin had carried over. She declined. I'm so happy to be near you. I hope you are too. I'm glad I wasn't too lazy to go to the club then. But who knew I'd meet my destiny? Kevin smiled. And I'm happy as a kitten too. He raised his champagne glass too. Daria, he clinked it and guzzled the drink. And I have news for you, the man of my dreams. Laughing, Daria continued. We are going to have a baby boy or a baby girl. I'm pregnant. Kevin shuddered and widened his eyes, and there was an awkward pause. Daria sensed that something was wrong and looked at him puzzled. What kids? What are you, stupid, retarded? How did you get knocked up? You were on the pill, weren't you? Lying? Kevin bellowed. Daria had never heard such harsh words from him, much less his own. And the abrupt transition from loving to fatal to boorish and shouting simply rendered her speechless. She hadn't expected such a reaction. Yeah, maybe it was a little early. You got kids. But I thought we'd be together for life. It doesn't matter if we have babies sooner or later. And there could be health problems later on. So it's a good thing I got pregnant. Daria spoke slowly, uncertainly, as if justifying herself, feeling that her words were useless, going upward, going nowhere without a reaction. Terror began to overwhelm her. Caught up in a wave, as if she was slowly but inevitably being submerged in icy water. When the cold reached her throat, Daria felt like she couldn't breathe. She opened her mouth, gasping for air. Look, what's the one for life? How old are you? 20? I'm 22. You really think you can find a lifelong mate at that age, and that you should be looking for a mate right now? Yeah, I didn't even think about it until I was 30. I want to live for myself to the fullest, enjoy my youth. And you're talking about a woman with a kid. Kevin laughed. It sounded and looked so unreal that Daria couldn't say a word. So I went if I thought I'd give you money for an abortion. You miscalculated. I'm not going to sponsor your mistakes. But I don't care if you accidentally or on purpose. You're the one who's stupid. You're the one who has to deal with it. Agreements. The guy jumped up, grabbed his coat, slipped his feet into his shoes, and without even buttoning up left, slamming the door. She bounced off the jamb without closing, but she didn't even notice it. She was in such shock at what had happened that it was as if her head had gone blank. There was not a single thought. It was as if the girl had fallen into a daze at this development, as if she didn't move and think, nothing would seem to have happened. Everything was resolved. It's like children hiding under the covers at night, from the monster living under the bed. If you get a good tangle, they won't get you, so frozen. Daria sat there for about half an hour, and then a glimpse of her, to focus on the frost, on the splendor standing in the trash, similarly trashed. Turned out to be her whole beautiful, luxurious life as well, just like these flowers. Daria rose in a volley, drank a glass of wine, and went to the bathroom. The rest of the events unfolded in front of you, emphasized dryly. Daria finished the story. "And what about the baby?" quietly said James. "Soon the first ultrasound. She's been out for 3 months now." Daria's eyes took that gentle and a little embarrassed expression, which is familiar to all pregnant women. 2 weeks later, James and Daria were leaving the registry office. Both husband and wife, unlike most newlyweds, did not have naive happiness surrounded by a crowd of friends and relatives. It was a very calm couple, looking like people who have done a very important thing. Communicating home, a little rest from the troubles. Accompanying the guys were only their witnesses. During the registration of the marriage, classmate Tony and James, Jenna's mom, they were told to take a witness and a relative, and a single one at that. Plus an age is bad luck. But the young people dismissed it as bad luck. They just wanted to get registered and get on with their lives. Parents couldn't even come. Said they were busy at work. What surprised James and his mom? It's a big event in their lives. It's not every day a daughter gets married. The wedding reception was modest. They had a meal at Jenna's house. And the meal was like a holiday meal. There was a liver, herring under a fur coat, cake according to the recipe. I mean, everything that a woman of no age would associate with a holiday. "Do not regret that called in the wife?" Daria asked a little flirtatiously. "Not yet," James laughed. "I'll do anything to make you happy." "Thank you." The girl burst into tears. "I'll remember that promise," James smiled. His decision to get married was lightning fast. That same evening, when Daria told him why she'd tried to kill herself, he saw that she needed support, care, all of which he could give his beloved. James realized that Daria's feelings for him were not the same as his feelings for her. On her part, it was gratitude and respect. But maybe love would come with time. The boy hoped. Daria realized that at that moment, she didn't have a shoulder to lean on James. Her parents took little interest in her life, but promised to help her with the baby. To do so, however, would have required coming home to Colorado. She would have to leave her prestigious university and take a sabbatical. Daria wanted to continue her studies because, fortunately, she was not asked to leave the university. There was a time when lying in a psychiatric hospital was given a wolf ticket, and people were kicked out of school and work. Now there were only restrictions on the ability to occupy certain positions, for example, in law enforcement agencies. But the girl was definitely not going there, but working. Journalist was free to be a journalist. In the Institute, this situation was treated calmly with a message. Who does not happen to whom? Classmates, however, a little teased her. If there was a dispute with Daria, they laughed, saying, "You're crazy. You're not worth getting involved with." But it was good-natured, friendly teasing, nothing more. No one was shying away from the girl and did not label her. In addition to her studies, Daria, of course, was also attracted by the life in the capital. She wanted to stay in the city, but not for entertainment and stormy life, but because the big city gave great opportunities for the development of the child. Like all women, Daria, while still pregnant, realized all the maternal mission. Her worldview changed significantly. And not yet born baby, she already thought more than about herself, a good addition to the maternity capital. She used to joke about James when talking to her girlfriends. A reliable father, even though he's not her own. It's like an important starting point for a child's future. He's not your equal, it's who you are, Daria said. Miranda, that ugly Institute loser girlfriend. Girls kept in touch after graduation, though it was hard to call them close friends. How to call each other, discuss common acquaintances. Yeah, but he's your equal. She's been looking at him for a while. Daria really didn't like James very much. She thought she was a gray mouse. Best thing for him was an undistinguished student. All through university, she tried to get close to him, but he was impossible to understand. For James, there was only one girl, Daria. It was on her that his loving gaze was always turned. Others he did not notice. The little family of James and Daria suddenly turned out to be quite happy. In July, their baby doll was born. Their favorite little girl, Kelly. And the whole world began to revolve around her. Everyone was crazy about the baby. Daria was always with her, reacting to the slightest infusions so far. Meticulously selected foods that could be included in the baby's diet. read everything she saw on the internet about parenting, in other words, became a regular mom, attentive and caring, and seemed to find pleasure in it. James helped bathe the baby and reclaimed his sole right to walks, insisting that it was his and his daughter's private time. James' mom, though not his own grandmother. The girl took as her own literally blowing dust from her granddaughter the word no. The little girl did not hear from her. For this, the guys even gave the woman a little bit of credit. Mole from pampering a child can be a couple of months old. So in pleasant troubles, the life flowed in its turn. 3 years passed. In August, a very important event happened in the family. Kelly went to kindergarten for the first time. The housemates judged for a long time, gave birth, when to give the little girl there. On the one hand, it seems to be exactly at the age of 3 that is not advised. At this time, children's first age crisis may have problems with behavior and adaptation to a new place peers educators. On the other hand, there was no point in taking the child to daycare before Kelly, and there was always someone there. There was no lack of care and attention. On the third hand, everyone thought that kindergarten is still needed for the development of the girl to learn to join the team, to find a common language with other people, to get used to the rules. In the end, we decided and took her to the first day only for 2 hours. On the advice of educators, because this way children get used to it easier. For such a short period of time, kids do not get tired. Their attention is kept on new impressions, and they do not have time to get very bored at home. At home, however, everyone was very bored and worried. How could it be? Did the baby spend the whole day with strangers? Kelly with the whole family. James took the day off on purpose. For a year after university, he worked at a radio station as a news anchor. It was a floating schedule, and weekends weren't always Saturday and Sunday, but he could get a day or 2 off in the middle of the week. Daria hadn't gone to work yet. She was a homemaker. James, the mother, was retired and today specially came to the children on the outskirts of the city to meet the girl after the exciting event. Sunny, how was your first day? I liked the kindergarten as a teacher is good, and the children made friends, asked the girl homemade. Kelly smiled funny, babbled in response, telling about her impressions. She liked everything. There was almost no boredom. She wanted to go home, but the daycare wasn't bad either. I also have good news, Daria suddenly said, as if in between I'm going to work, and Kelly got worried. Jenna, who's going to take care of it? I'll always help, but I can't live with you all the time. And driving back and forth every day isn't an option either. It's a 2-hour drive from downtown to your place. It's going to be hard. Maybe not in a hurry, while you're off work. Don't worry, she's in kindergarten now, answered Daria. And it's not like I'm going to work tomorrow. I'll wait for Kelly to adjust. A couple weeks, and it's not a full-time job. So far, they've offered 12 hours. 3 or 4 hours off. It's an online shopping fashion magazine. It's nothing complicated or serious. I'll be able to write articles from home if I need to. He'll be fine. I'll be fine, Daria assured me. At least I'll get some brain work done. It's not all cooking and cleaning for me. In fact, Daria had been looking for an excuse to get away from home for a long time. For several years, the girl was bored with the daily chores about the child. And as soon as they became less, as the girl grew up, began to look for ways to change the environment. In recent months, she actively corresponded in Instagram, restored contacts with friends, which had gone to the background after the birth of the ring. Willingly responded to requests for correspondence from strangers. She had several regular admirers. They did not cross the line of propriety, and her marital status knew, but regularly offered to meet allegedly only as friends. Daria had to refuse as there was no reason to leave the house for a long time. She only went out for half an hour to the store or to the clinic. That's when Kelly was looking at Jenna. You can't get to a meeting in that amount of time. And if Daria had gone any longer, it might have made her mother-in-law suspicious. And then she got a lucky break, a part-time job offer from a classmate, Tony, who suddenly turned from a gray mouse into a fashion expert and started her own blog, which gained 500,000 subscribers. She was offered all new joint projects in this field. In addition, she worked as a shopping assistant for rich ladies, so she urgently needed an assistant. And Daria on this post was very suitable as a noble party girl. In the past, knew all the best places of the city with your communication skills. You quickly resumed your former ties, Miranda Daria said confidently. That one was just. You need to get out of the house under a plausible excuse to spend time in the company of successful, beautiful people, not shop moms on the playground. Well, and get acquainted in real life with all her internet fans, flirt, raise her self-esteem. Remember that she is a young woman and not an addition to the child. To change her surroundings and diversify her life, Daria succeeded after 3 weeks. By then, Kelly was happily going to daycare herself. She spent the day there calmly. And in the evening, she would go to bed when she had had her fill of impressions. That's why Daria could go to work with peace of mind. And on that long-awaited day, when she finally arrived at the office, who are they? She felt like a young, fun, even a little carefree woman again. Work had taken her over. Meetings, conversations, and articles. The variety of life and activities pulled Daria into its cycle. More and more often she began to stay late on business, spending not a few hours, as planned, but a full 8-hour working day or even more. There were several reasons for this, and the loads were more than promised. And being honest with herself, the girl realized that in principle she was not eager to go home to her husband's company. She valued James as an attentive husband and caring father, but she was frankly bored with him. His leisure after work was reduced to discussing household chores, shopping, watching movies on his laptop. Daria was ready to shrug off the predictability of life. She wanted more movement, more events, not such a gray existence. But sitting at home would not find adventures. The chances for them became much greater. As soon as the girl broke out of the 4 walls. What does that mean? Tensely asked James, holding out Daria. Her cell phone. It was late evening. The girl had just come out of the bath, for a good hour. Relaxed lying in the fragrant bubble bath. She purposely did not take her phone with her, so that nothing would distract her from relaxation. And for nothing you pop up with a notification. Displayed first an obviously off-topic message from one Arthur. Missed you. What time tomorrow? Daria took the phone from her husband's hands and waved the notification with an indifferent look. And this is Arthur from the cafe. What cafe and why is he writing to you in the evening and in such a tone? Before the cafe, we have a boy barista, works there on the first floor of our office building. He makes coffee for me all the time. We chat with him. Why did you give him your number? James continued to find the situation strange. And he once asked me for my dentist's number. He wanted to go to a proven specialist, to be treated. But I sent it to him. Now he writes to me sometimes as a joke. Don't worry, we're just friends. He's younger than us. We're 24 and he's 19. He's like a brother to me, like so young and inexperienced. All right, James said. Ask him not to write so late. The great Kelly heard. She woke up. She's tossing and turning. That's good. Of course, I won't answer him now. I'll run to the cafe tomorrow morning. And I'll remind him that it's indecent for married ladies to write at such a time. Daria giggled. He got away with it. You should be more careful. She exhaled as James went into the other room to see his daughter. The second bell rang a month later in early December. This time, James stopped by Daria's office unexpectedly. He needed to pick up a prescription for Kelly. The girl had a bad cold, and the doctor had prescribed antibiotics. Daria did not have time to buy the medicine before work. So James decided not to wait for the evening, but to drop in on his wife and make a quick run to the drugstore. It was obvious that Daria was confused when she saw him. The guy didn't understand why at first, but then he noticed a luxurious bouquet of scarlet roses on her desk next to her laptop. Some vague memory flashed through his mind. Like he'd seen a similar bouquet somewhere. Who's giving you flowers? I'll be jealous, rather jokingly, pronounced James, warding off bad thoughts and suspicions. The customers are grateful. Daria blurted out a little too quickly. They thank me with roses. What did you do? Why are the gifts so expensive? I wrote a good article about a restaurant. It opened recently. They need publicity. It's really not a bad place. I wrote my impressions, and the owner came and gave me flowers. And here's one more for Kelly. Daria took a velvet box out of the desk drawer and handed it to her husband. He opened it, and there were tiny gold earrings. He was the one who found out I had a daughter and decided to give her a present. What a gift. Give the earrings back. They're too expensive. It's inappropriate to take something like that, James said firmly. Come on, it's time to get her ears pierced anyway. I was thinking of going out to buy her earrings. Doria was stubborn about the gift. I'm against it, said James, and let's not waste any more time arguing. I'm going to get the medicine. He took the prescription and left. God loves a trinity. As they say, the third incident left James in no doubt that his wife was cheating on him. Caught her at home. It was like the beginning of a classic anecdote. The husband came home from work early, and the wife with her lover in the marital room. But reality, it turns out, is not funny at all, but harsh, roughly breaking her life into before and after. Especially, it was not just a lover, it was Kevin, the very same guy Daria dated 4 years ago. The ring girl's own father wasn't home from kindergarten yet. She had to be picked up in a couple hours, which was obviously what Daria had taken advantage of. Kevin, seeing James silently, quickly got dressed and ran away. As indeed, he always disappeared in difficult situations. James began snidely as the door closed behind Kevin. What are you going to lie to me now? He turned to Daria, a friend of a fellow barista. I was imagining things. The young man's voice was disintegrating with deep resentment. I have nothing to say to you, James. Daria said dryly. I'm not going to make excuses for you. I cheated. I don't love you. I don't regret getting married. To Kelly, you're the perfect father, but you're hard for me to live with. There's no spark, there's no flight. It's just a lot of stuff. What do you expect? You want some crazy, out-of-this-world action. We're on a different level. We're families with kids, not fiancés. You don't want a cozy home. You want flames blazing uncontrollably on the loose. And it's all on a wishy-washy basis in the end. Taking care of your family and raising your daughter is boring to you. James genuinely didn't understand what Daria was missing. Yes, I am bored, Daria said. What to say to that? James didn't know. He was not inclined to empty scandals. Therefore, even before the return of his daughter from kindergarten, he packed a minimum of things and went to live with a friend from work. Knew that Sasha will not ask unnecessary questions and climb into his soul. And so it turned out. The friend led him into the hall without too many questions and told him that he could stay as long as he needed. James was at a complete loss and could not yet guess what he would do next. How to live without his daughter, without his family, and even without his home. The apartment in which he lived with Daria and the nickname belonged to him was inherited from his grandparents. What to do now on the street child cannot throw out. Twirled in the head of the guy confused and thoughts. It is necessary then to divide the apartment. But what is there to divide? They won't give much for a flat shack. He never came to a decision. A couple of weeks later Daria called and suggested we talk at their place. In the evening after work, the conversation got tough. Where did Kevin come from now? The first thing James asked from the detention center. You wouldn't believe it, Daria sighed. When he broke up with me, or rather when he dumped you, James didn't fail to remind me. Well, okay, he dumped me. He went on a bender. He said he was good with money. He fought with the clubs and got caught with some kind of drugs. And not by accident, but on a tip-off, one of his buddies got on the hook with the cops and blabbed to the cops that Kevin was involved with drug dealers. But you know, when they're on the internet and they're hiding drugs in different places, like to keep themselves safe and not have to meet the buyers in person and not have to hand anything over. Kevin, according to his comrade, organized the whole thing and was the ringleader. He had access to suppliers, and the network of invaders was controlled by him. That's where he got the big money from. I wondered how he got so much. He was reluctant to talk about it, so I didn't ask. So they put him in jail as an organizer. He spent almost 4 months in a pre-trial detention center. They did a lot of digging, but somehow they didn't find anything on him, he said. There was no trial, he was just released. Although I think it was his rich parents who gave him the money. He, however, flatly denies that he is connected with drugs, claims that he was insulted. But there's no smoke without fire. Why did you get involved with him again? James asked in bewilderment. I don't know, something came up. My dad's rings. Come on, he hadn't wanted to know her for years. He hadn't wanted her to come into the world in the first place, to put it mildly. Now all of a sudden he needs you and his daughter. At least you didn't take her to him. A piercing hunch. James jumped up from the couch where they were sitting. Daria was silent, lowering her eyes. I'm not giving up my daughter, the boy said shortly and stiffly. He had seen her once, Daria admitted. He didn't ask me to. I decided to show him from afar. From the playground did not introduce her, coined and words Daria. He looked, said she didn't look like him, but she was pretty. That was the end of it. He had no interest in the child. Well, I didn't insist, and that's good. No need to confuse the baby with an obscure daddy number 2. She's got one father. Muffled, James said. He rested his elbows on his knees and hid his face in his palms, trying to hide the feelings that overwhelmed him. I agree, Daria said. Wait, he gave me the earrings. I gave them back after he didn't want to talk to her. I realized I didn't want them as a reminder. His indifference was a gift. It was like a payoff. Why sleep with him? She accepted the bouquets. I finally realized about those roses on your desk. I wondered where I'd seen them. Yeah, I saw them the night I pulled you out of the bathroom bloody too. Kevin, your man who likes to give expensive roses to women he's about to dump. It's a tradition. I'm being sarcastic. James, I don't know why I slept. Memories came flooding back. How fun it was. How easy life was. How he wooed you beautifully. How he made you a baby and dumped you. James picked up. What did you pay? And what really hurts your eyes? I don't think it's unreasonable to remind you of that. Because you do not appreciate what you have, and you value the past and bad. That was the end of it. I don't know what to think or what to do. I'm going out for Christmas. Nevertheless, they were welcoming their parents together. Of course, Daria knew how, put this thought into James, ready to do anything for his daughter. He hadn't forgiven his wife, but he decided that for his baby girl's sake, he would try to portray a happy person for the duration of the holiday. He felt that he still loved Daria. Her love was incomprehensible to himself. It had nowhere to come from. After all, Daria all these years did not sign it in any way, did not try to please her husband, to do something good. He understood that she married him impulsively, not planning a lifelong marriage. It was just more convenient for her at the time. A nice guy came along, so she had to take advantage. And so far, she hadn't felt any reciprocal feelings. James realized, but just habitually accepted all the benefits her spouse gave her. The young man understood all that. But he didn't want to break up his family, even if it wasn't a happy one. They say that the way you celebrate Christmas is the way you spend it. James and Daria confirmed the saying. They stayed together. A few months later, the routine dulled the pain of the affair. Daria cut back her hours and was home by lunchtime. James at the radio station could take different shifts morning, afternoon, or evening. And he tried to go to work in the afternoon so he could spend less time with Daria. But he had time to be with his daughter in the morning before daycare and in the evening after. In April, he decided to take a vacation for a couple of weeks to go to the doctors and find out why she was so often sick. Over the winter, the little girl just squirmed all the time. Sat at home for a couple days, then went out to daycare and got sick again. Doctors did not find anything serious. Came to the conclusion that the immune system is a little weakened. They recommended recreational gymnastics, more vitamins, and fresh air. With the latter, James decided so need to take the daughter to the country house. Yes, the weather for a vacation in nature was still not particularly suitable. While it was more slushy right from those days, only sometimes came out the sun and felt the breath of spring. But in favor of the country house was the fact that it was surrounded by forest, mostly warrior, in which it is useful to walk and breathe a girl. Even if it wasn't going to be a long walk, lest she catch a cold. And the house had a stove, so they would not freeze. All these arguments the guy outlined to his wife, calling her to go with them. After all, Daria often finished the work from home, something to finish writing and negotiated an interview. So could and now dial material for articles and work remotely, while being with his daughter in nature. And with him too. James, in his heart, still hoped to strengthen the hard-won relationship, and a change of scenery could help. But Daria refused, citing the fact that she and her friend and boss Miranda had been invited to a seminar. There was a big fashion party going on. "I can't miss it," Daria said irritably. All the fashion designers, models, journalists, and owners of fashion publications would be there. So many useful, important people in one place. So many acquaintances you can make contacts for the future. But what's the point of me spending half a week with you at the dacha, when I've got months of work ahead of me, but we can go a little earlier or later? What do you say? Are we afraid of being under you? No, Daria balked. We don't know how things will go. Maybe we'll have to stick around and do some interviews for the future. I'm telling you a month in advance, I can stock up on materials. That's why I'll try to arrange a conversation on the spot and forge iron while the iron is hot. And a fresh head before the seminar will come in handy. Without the hassle of everyday life. Prepare. It is necessary to study the accounts in social networks of all these important people who will be there to know from which side to enter, where to enter the bedroom. James couldn't help himself. It was starting to look suspicious to him, because it looked like an excuse. God, how long are you going to keep reminding me of this? Daria's on a roll. Yes, it had been one time in more ways than one, James said quietly. And that's it. Do whatever you want. I have to work. Daria defiantly grabbed her laptop and opened Instagram. Purely work-related, she said, intercepting James's tense gaze. All these fashionable fellows are on the internet in droves. They're posting fresh, glamorous pictures. I've got to see what everyone's up to. I'm busy. The next day, James rode the electric train and had a fun and useful time. In the usual road fun, with children counted how many red cars were seen standing at the crossings, and how many white ones learned the names of trees flashing in their ears outside the windows. The ride was about 40 minutes and another half an hour to walk along the path past the village of an abandoned pioneer camp, and then through the forest. By the end of the trip, Dad and daughter were very tired, and their feet were a little wet. In the forest, glades served themselves here and there. When they reached the country house, a small two-roomed house with a veranda, they first of all heated the stove. After cooking a rudimentary dinner as a dessert, they solemnly opened a jar with royal gooseberry jam, which in the summer was rolled by James' mother, and ate it without any radio point saucer by scooping pieces of loaf directly from the jar. This little hooliganism amused Kelly very much. Then it got warmer, and James carried the girl to bed. In the morning, he worried whether the temperature of the little girl will not rise after yesterday's hike through the still gray woods. But all was well. Kelly counted cheerfully, demanded jam instead of breakfast, and laughed gleefully. That's how a few days flew by. There were still 2 more weekends left before the end of the serious vacation. He called Daria, decided that he would go home. On Sunday evening, they would spend an extra day in nature. True, there was a small problem stove for the day Mila. On the second evening, and city dweller James did not know how to approach it, what exactly to fix in it. From sin, he stopped stoking and turned on electric heaters. They were enough for a small country house. The heat was kept until morning, and during the day they did without them, as it was already considerably warmer outside. So on Saturday morning, she and the girl decided to have a last youth day, as they called it among themselves after a late breakfast of idleness. They lay on the bed, read books, watched cartoons from the phone. That from watching videos in the middle of the day almost sat down. So honey, the phone needs to eat. Let's go feed it with electricity, James joked. You and I will go for a walk, and then we'll have lunch too, we agreed. We'll go to the field and listen to the birds. In the woods, they could already hear the spring song of birds and ringers. I like this joyful polyphony very much. James stuck the sticker into the socket, but the charging indicator did not move. Already the cord in the phone corrected and in the sockets moved. No luck. The power must have gone out, the guy guessed. He flicked the switch, and sure enough, the lights didn't come on either. Nothing changed. And an hour later, when they returned from their walk, James went to the neighbors to ask if this happens often and for how long. Oh, it's their weekend tradition. A neighbor waved his hand at the power company. It's even strange. Many people go to the country house just for the weekend, and they don't turn off the lights, and they don't turn them on until Monday. We tried to find out what it's connected with. What's the problem with the lights going out every week? We didn't get anything. They have an accident, you see, regular, like clockwork on Saturday night or morning. Well, I guess we'll have to go into town early, James said sadly. We thought we'd stay until tomorrow, but Kelly's been sick a lot. In the winter, don't want to freeze her out. Even though the nights aren't too cold, but why risk it? And my cell phone's dying. I don't want to be out of touch in the country with the baby. I don't know if they packed up and made it to the station before dark. Then the train came. In an hour and a half, they were already approaching their house. Stopped by on the way to the mini store to buy tea buns. April is a treacherous time. By the evening, I started to live under morals, and I really wanted to come home faster and warm myself with a hot drink with anger. Kelly solemnly carried a bag with scones. When they finally entered the apartment, they saw that everywhere the light was on, and for some reason it was very quiet. "Daria," James called out. "We arrived a little early at the cottage. The lights are gone." They say they've decided it's better to go home for a long time, because with these weather forecasts, it's not clear whether it's going to be cold or bearable. James said all this, peering into the rooms, expecting to see Daria, but there was no reaction to his words, and neither was Daria. Not in the hall, not in the bedroom. James reached the kitchen and went numb. He was having déjà vu. There was Daria sitting on the floor, covered in blood. James instinctively took a step forward towards her and saw that the blood was not hers halfway around the corner. There was a man lying under the table. Around his head was a large, almost writhe, a dark crimson puddle. Daria was alive and seemingly unharmed. She sat by the radiator, hugging her knees, as if cuddled, warm in the chill and weather, and staring at one point on her toe, as if she saw something very important there. Sometimes she ran very slowly. Daria once again for some reason called her James. "Mommy." A cheerful voice came from behind her, and Kelly tried to squeeze into the kitchen. Daddy was frozen in the narrow doorway. "Kelly," James' sunshine caught up. "Let's go in the hall. You can watch a cartoon." "Daddy." "What about tea?" The little girl held out the scones. "Now, darling, wait. I'll get you everything." James, what seemed odd about the situation, took the little girl to the room, gave her a tablet, went to the kitchen, turned on the kettle. After that I called Jenna. "Mom, urgently come and get the ring." "Mom, it's urgent." "I'll explain everything later." "Take a cab." That's when his phone went dead. James continued to act mechanically. He made tea, took the rings, closed the door to the hall, then went into the kitchen and shook Daria by the shoulders. She didn't react. He bent down and checked the pulse on the man's neck. It was obvious he was dead, though. The guy saw a dent in the kitchen countertop, lowered his eyes, and noticed that there was a meat cleaver lying on the floor just under the cabinet. The kind with a blade on one side and a bare hammer on the other. The hatchet was covered in blood. Dark hair stuck to it, exactly like the hair on the man's head. James automatically pulled the hatchet out from under the nightstand, twirled it in his hands, and placed it on top of the cutlery vane. "Daria, I'm calling the police," he said. The girl was still staring blankly at her feet. James picked up her cell phone and dialed 911. The police arrived almost at the same time as Jenna, and at first, they did not even want to let the elderly woman in, thinking that they could use her as a witness. But when they got to the bottom of it, they came to their senses and allowed the child to be taken away. That was the last time James saw Kelly over the shoulder of his mother, carrying the little girl out of the house in her arms. The baby girl had her arms around her neck and her legs around her waist. James noticed that she was wearing a jacket, but no shoes. Her grandmother was in such a hurry to get her out of the scary place that she didn't put shoes on the little girl, but took them with her and held them in her hand. The little girl looked at her father with tear-stained eyes. James remembered that look for the rest of his life. Jenna and the baby got into the elevator and drove away. The guy went back to the apartment, and on the threshold he heard the killer screaming. "What have you done? How could you?" shouted Daria. The policeman looked at her in surprise. not realizing who she was addressing. Daria jumped up, staring at James with crazy eyes, and said, pointing her finger at him, "Take him away, or I'm afraid he'll kill me too." "What are you talking about?" stunned James. "She's the one who killed the man." He turned to the policeman. "Me and my daughter, we come from the country house, and here we are." "Probably her next one in the sense of another one," one of the policemen interrogated. "But she had already had lovers and brought them home. I caught her with one of them." "That one ran away as soon as he saw me, but this one didn't have time, did he?" I could see that the policeman was tense. He looked at James not with a sympathetic look, but with suspicion. "But what are you doing?" "I told you I was at the cottage with my daughter. We had just arrived, and we weren't supposed to be back until tomorrow. She was probably taking advantage of the opportunity to have fun." "All right, our case is small. We're patrolmen. The investigators will be here to take care of it. I'm going to ask you two to come with us." James and Daria have been taken to the detention center. They were officially detained for 48 hours for trial. Daria was released after 24 hours. James, on the other hand, went to the detention center. His status changed from suspect to defendant. How did that happen? James then tried to understand for years. At the detention center, Michael's lawyer came to see him. The kid introduced himself dignifiedly. About James' young age, no more than 25 years old by the look of him. "I've been approached by Jenna, your mother. I'll represent you in court." "Why in court?" James asked. "It's not my fault. Came home wife and lover." "Exactly," picked up the lawyer. "I understand you as a man. It's come to my attention that your wife is a whore. That's putting it mildly. I understand if you got angry or if you were hit. The investigators documented it once, that it was only a single blow. It's understandable. There was no such thing. We got to the kitchen. There was a dead man lying there. I don't even know who it was. I don't even know his name. I mean, his name at least. Daniel, his name was Daniel Brunson, lived in New York, modeling for fashion shows. Oh my God. Is that why she was so eager to go to New York? She said she was there for work, but she was actually taking her lover there. What an asshole, James swore in his heart. You should be careful with expressions, reacted the lawyer, or you may be accused of attempted murder of his wife, that he never laid a finger on her, although perhaps she deserved it. It's a pity that did not leave her, as with a lover caught her daughter traumatized divorce did not want to, and her pity. I loved her. James, I highly recommend it. Plead guilty to murder by passion. That's 3 years. Section 7, 105 for murder, 6 years to life. It could also qualify as especially cruel. It's still an axe to the head. And there's motive, compounding the jealousy. So you could be looking at 10 or more. How could I be jealous if I saw this man for the first time in my life, and then after his death? It's ironic, isn't it? Bitter, James grinned. Your wife claims that you burst into the house, saw her with a man, began to argue, grabbed an axe, and threw yourself at the victim. The murder weapon has your prints all over the body. It's still undergoing forensics. The pathologists promised to report tomorrow, but they will probably find my marks on him, James said. I checked his pulse on a dead man without breathing. It's kind of mechanical. And the axe had prints on it because I picked it up off the floor. Seriously, you don't know you're not supposed to touch the weapon. Yeah, I didn't think anything of it. The corpse on the floor is even in a stupor. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, you finally realized it was a dead body, didn't you? What do you want from me, James? You're supposed to be defending me, and you're pressuring me to plead guilty. Because I see the futility of the case. Your wife is pointing at you. She denies her guilt. There's no evidence against her, but your fingerprints are on the axe, and her word against yours, and you have a clear motive. So for now, the odds are in her favor. Okay, even if we can prove she did it. She's got a dependent child. Don't you feel sorry for the little girl? You're gonna drag your wife through the courts. Who's the kid gonna be with? My mother. I've officially adopted the girl. My mother can look after her. What's she to the child? Foster grandmother? That's not a legal relationship, and you'll be deprived of your paternal rights. After everything that happened, and the girl will go to the orphanage. They won't give her to you, even if you stay on the outside. You're a foster father, and you're probably divorcing her mother. James was confused. He didn't know what to do. How a child would grow up without a mother. Think about the matter until morning, the lawyer said. Tomorrow, I need your decision before the 8 hours of detention expires. James spent the night in heavy deliberation to go free, to imprison Daria and send his daughter to an orphanage, or to go to jail himself and leave the child at least with his mother. And when I get back, I'll deal with it then. You should divorce Daria right away. Absolutely. No, I'd rather do it later. They won't let me date Kelly. Though why take the little girl to jail so she'll remember me behind bars? James realized that his thoughts were leading to a definite decision. I'm ready to plead guilty, he told his lawyer this morning. Great, he seemed a little overjoyed. I'm turning you over to another lawyer. What's that for? I don't understand, James. It's for the best, believe me. And Michael's gone. All right, Chuckles. What's an interesting name for a town? Is it all squatting or something? I'm sure I'll get there, James thought, sitting in the Zaki wagon. That's the name of the special wagon used to transport convicts to the place where they serve their sentences. The man was sentenced to 3 years in prison and sent to a colony in an old town well known. It's been around since the 16th century. Was tiny, but at once with 2 attractions, ancient monastery and a modern pulp and paper mill, the largest in the state. And it was built in the late 50s by convicts. For this purpose, a colony was organized there. Later, it was moved outside the city. James was given a brief historical tour by the escort who was traveling with him. They got off at a small station. There was a beautiful Karelian forest with famous birch trees and desolation all around. A broken road, heaps of garbage, near it and the railroad platform. Further transportation was to take place in a special truck, but they were sorry to drag a whole van for one prisoner and took him in an ordinary beanbag, but with 2 guards. One guard was additionally sent from the colony to meet the newcomer. It was about 15 kilometers from the station, so James had little time to admire the surroundings. Nevertheless, he was glad to have at least a little variety for his eyes. After the walls of the pretrial detention center, and the court walks in a tiny courtyard of the windows of the car with bars. And on arrival at the colony, he remembered the sky, trees, smells, sounds. While he was being inspected, processed, and read out the prison rules. Evening in the hut, said James, finally entering the prison cell. God, who teaches you that? Sighed the huge, shaven-headed man with wolves all over his body. You could see them clearly as he was standing there in just his pants and no shirt. He looked like a very old convict, so your bunk pointed to the bunk beds near the door. Climb up there for now. By the book, he explained, looking at the table and James. The good seats are closer to the windows. But chicks like you don't deserve to occupy them right away. Then we'll see what kind of bird you are. Say thank you. At least we're not putting you at the door. That still counts for something. James shrugged his shoulders and walked to the designated place. He put the bag with his things on the bunk. He looked around a bit. The beds were headboards against the walls. There were 2 stools next to each of them. In the corner of the room suddenly found personal lockers with clubs, reminiscent of storage lockers in the store. Only wooden. Don't be fooled. A man intercepted his gaze. They steal from locked lockers. Don't leave important, expensive things there. By the way, Nick, I'm keeping an eye on you so you don't get into any trouble. Tell me how you got here. The men are going to start coming home from work now. Well, we've got about 20 more minutes. James started telling his story about the chief. Why'd you take the blame? You shouldn't have said anything. You incriminated yourself right off the bat. What kind of a strange lawyer did you have? Not happy, said James. The lawyer wasn't really my lawyer. How so? Nick was surprised. I found out from my new lawyer at the trial that he was a phony. He came to me, lied to me that he was from my mom. As it turned out, she'd never heard of him. After they took me away, she was very confused. Plus, she had her granddaughter on her. She didn't even think in the first few days that she should look for a defense attorney. He was hired by the lover of my ear and the father of my daughter, Kevin. Nick's eyes widened at this information. James explained all the previous vicissitudes of his family life and continued the story anyway. Kevin, this I don't know how Duria convinced him. Although I guess he paid for a lawyer to fool my head. What's more, Kevin came to my trial as a witness, testified that I was awful. Caught him in bed with his wife, and he allegedly barely got away from me. But he ran away so fast I didn't even have time to send him a message. Not to beat him up, but you can't prove anything. Duria was also a witness to those events, and in court she colorfully described how I threw myself at him. In general, I would say that it was as if it was all planned in advance to put me in jail. Except I killed a man to do it. Strange, but they didn't give me anything to prove my guilt. Even the fact that I called my mom first and then the police. They also stuck to the fact that they think I called my mom from my own phone. I was trying to cover up the call, but I called the police from the tower phone to prove that she was at the scene of the crime. That's bullshit. My phone was dead at the time. The first phone that came up wasn't my home phone, it was my cell phone. So I dialed the police from it. I see, Nick sighed. All right, the brother was settling in. By the way, don't be afraid of them. Our zone is considered red. In answer to James' mute question, he continued. That means that it's not the prisoners who rule here, but the prison authorities. And if the zone is black, then the prisoners set the rules, and the administration just looks after them. And here we have meetings, like you, according to the concepts, who haven't lived in the movies, but have only seen them. So it's calmer here, even though the regime is strict, since there are murderers in jail, but at least there are no thieves' laws or anything else. Don't mention the movie lingo. Laughing. Nick, for the last time. Okay, I'm going to take a shower, because I didn't get there after work. Don't worry, you'll get more or less used to it. It took James a few months. Almost a whole summer he spent in some kind of trance, not believing that it would last. Most of the day was taken up with work. Some of the prisoners labored on the processing tree, making logs for houses and baths. All sorts of carpentry, and little things like wooden spoons for kitchen shovels. And they did not work for the sake of appearances, but to order. And the colony was very proud of the fact that the prisoners earned about $2 a day. By the standards of the prison, it was considered very good. People like Nick, strong, healthy, hardy, were sent to the tree processing. In general, he was a trucker by profession, and it was kind of confusing. It so happened that an experienced driver hit a man on the highway, jumped out of nowhere. There weren't even bushes by the road to interfere with the view. It wasn't raining, nothing was light. The man just appeared and almost threw himself under the wheels, Nick assured me. They gave him 2 years for causing death by negligence, and the abundance of narcologists, slightly frightened James, when we met explained that Nick's daughter was studying to be a tattoo master. One day I asked if I could practice on me. Smiling, Nick recalled. Well, what am I what? It is, of course, not that Shimi as a child felt tip marker to draw was, but almost on the head. To me the sun said that it is a symbol of truth and light, and I am exactly what she said, honest and light. And so it went on. I became interested, went about the symbols of different reed. I asked her to do another tattoo myself, and you see the result. Another friend James had was the complete opposite of Nick. He was a flimsy programmer named Jack. He went to prison because he was careless. He lived with his old mom, worked remotely mostly at night. After all, it was a different time zone. Was making very good money and punching it in. It was a week under the belt, pumped out under an IV. Once he even ended up in a drug dispensary when the doctor on call refused to take him for a ride, saying that it was a serious matter. You could go to the afterlife, had to call an ambulance. And after the hospital, he was put on the register. He gave up drinking, but he snapped. After another big project, he decided to celebrate his paycheck. His mom was sick by then. She was being cared for by a nurse. But during his binge, Jack forgot to call her. He went out for almost a week with drinking buddies. When he got home, his mom was dead. He was convicted of leaving a helpless person in danger and given a year in juvie. Jack's been quieter than the rest of the world. Worked on a farm that was set up in prison to make money for the delicatessen. No eggs or meat for the prisoners. Everything was for sale, but there was enough food for everyone. And it was mostly grown in the colony itself. There was a large subsidiary farm, a vegetable garden with potatoes, carrots, and other vegetables, greenhouses with tomatoes and cucumbers, and pigs, goats, rabbits. Jack was sent to take care of the birds, because it didn't require much physical strength. But James and Jack met not on the farm, but on television. Unbelievable. But the colony had its own cable TV studio. For James, as a journalist, it was a dream job, and the wardens were pleased. The prison was plagued by financial audits. The studio was not bringing in revenue and was always in danger of closing. And with the advent of the pros, there was hope for the development of television workers, as they were laughingly but respectfully called. There were 5 people working in the colony. They produced news for which they themselves filmed and edited stories about the colony, and inserted digests of international news. They also made useful programs, for example, about the rights of prisoners. What they are supposed to learn in the colony. What can they learn? Jack helped the studio with setting up equipment, not only computers, but also cameras and other things. We decided that if he knew about computers, he could handle all the other equipment. That's pretty much how it worked out. By the fall, James had settled into prison life. The only thing that bothered him was that there was no news from the outside. In July, he congratulated Kelly on her 4th birthday by writing a letter, but got no reply. Mom was missing too, which was strange. Her cell phone was disconnected. She didn't answer her home phone for some reason. He even tried to call Daria to get some news, but she persisted in not picking up the phone and ignored the messages. It was obvious they hadn't been read. James' buddies picked up the phone, but said that they didn't know anything about any of his family and didn't talk to anyone else until October. James received a long-awaited letter from his mom. But perhaps it was better to remain in ignorance of events at home, because there was nothing a man in prison could do. And that feeling of utter helplessness. In her depressed mother wrote this, "Dear James, I didn't want to bother you, but Kate insists. Do you remember your Aunt Kate, my cousin's sister? I'm staying with her now, don't worry. Just please, I'm fine. Except I don't have anywhere else to live. I had to come here because your Doria went crazy. I can't think of another word for it. When you were convicted, she kicked me out. I was Kelly. I had the keys to your apartment, didn't I? Doria came home and started yelling at me. Get out of here and don't ever come back. She started poking and prodding for some reason. She was so angry. I only had time to ask her, what did I do wrong? Daria, I don't understand. I've always helped her, and she doesn't listen, like she's possessed. She kicked me out, took me right off the stove. She didn't understand anything. Poor thing was crying. My heart still breaks when I remember. I had to leave so I wouldn't scare the little one by screaming. I went straight to the daycare center to look at her. I raised her, putting her on her feet, teaching her to walk. My little one, my grandma saw me at the daycare center and screamed and laughed. We talked through the fence. Then the teacher took her away, apologized. In front of me, she said that Daria forbade me to go near the child, and she's the mother. Her word is law to them. And she frightened the teachers with her connections, that she'd be fired from her job if anything goes wrong. So that's how I live without a ring. Now I don't know anything. Daria's not answering her cell phone. And then she did this. James, no, we have more apartments. Daria took both yours and mine with power of attorney. She came to my place and kicked me out. There's a piece of paper that says you signed your apartment over to Kelly. But I would have believed it. I wouldn't have argued. But there's a second power of attorney in my name to Daria, like I signed the apartment over to her. I went to a lawyer, told her I could try to contest it. At least it's signed by me. I don't know how she forged it, but I'm sane. I've never been declared incompetent. So I could change my mind and revoke the power of attorney for my apartment. We were preparing documents with a lawyer to file a lawsuit. But then Daria came to me with her lawyer. I think it's her new beau. She's been hitting on him, and he's got a shameless look in his eyes. He says, "Keep your head down, you old fool. It'll be worse. I'll give you a life. I'll tell him you poisoned Kelly. You remember, she was sick. She had diarrhea recently. So I'll tell her it wasn't an intestinal infection. It was you slipping the kids some nasty stuff. In retaliation for my testifying against your son in court, James, I'm just numb with horror. What could you possibly think of? And she gets it. And by the way, think about your son. Otherwise, a criminal came up to him in the penal colony, stab him with a knife, and that's it. James, I was so scared. I left my apartment to her. I stayed on the street in my old age while I stay with my sister. Write to me at this address. When will they let you out? Can't we think of something? We'll take the apartments back, although the neighbors say she sold them already. The new tenants have moved in. Reading this, restrained. James usually screamed with impotent rage. Nick ran into the cell. What are you, paparazzi? That was the nickname James had come up with, even though he wasn't what they called a photographer who went after celebrities. But that's what the Khans had come to associate with his profession as a journalist and his work at the local TV station. Oh my God. Mom finally wrote, "It's horrible in there." And James recounted the contents of the letter to Nick. So I'm going to introduce you to a fellow. Maybe he can help you with something. And that's how James met David. He was just over 50 years old. He was a big man with an unusual fate. He lived in a town with factories called Big Chemical City because it was built in the 70s with a large chemical plant. By the 90s, the settlement was more like a big crime town. There was a big organized crime ring run by David. He protected local businessmen, ruthlessly killed those who refused to pay him, as well as rival leaders of other criminal groups. But to prove his involvement in the brutal beatings and murders, could not for decades missing people just disappeared without a trace. It was only a few years ago that David punctured, flared up, and shot a man in broad daylight in a cafe in front of multiple witnesses. It was his longtime enemy, a criminal mastermind, always looked down on David. He was sampled for DNA testing, something they didn't do in the 20th century. The technology hadn't really caught on yet, so they found DNA matches, but evidence from a few old cases. And the chain started to unravel. We were able to prove David's involvement in several murders. Then he's 21 years old. And what is surprising, a criminal authority with such a record of serious crimes sent to the colony to go to the garage. After all, technically before that he did not sit. At the place of serving his sentence, he arrived literally a month earlier than James. He was still settling in, but the locals had already heard about the level of the man who had come to them and behaved with him cautiously and begrudgingly asked him to solve some issues. James also approached David with his problem. "I'll see what I can do," he promised. "You see, it's too early to make a big deal out of it, and you're not going to succeed. You'll be in jail for a couple more years." Wait, a criminal mastermind. James realized it was a long shot. Who was he to be helped? But fate had it differently. "Hey, paparazzi, you'll be the third." The conspirators, James whispered to the rats. That was the prison nickname for a kid in his 20s, with an upturned face and narrow, sly eyes. He looked a lot like a rodent, and he behaved just as fussy and insistent, always hovering around amongst the important people. He was trying to take advantage of something, always putting things out there. Eavesdropping, peeping. Rumor had it he was snitching on the colony authorities. Third what? "What are you, liquor on the rack?" Surprised James. "No, not a rat's grin on his face, just cards." "What, you want to go to jail for gambling?" "So we don't tell anyone." "No, I'm out." "No, I'm out." This dialogue took place in the premises of the club, where at that time there was supposed to be a rehearsal of the ensemble created by the prisoners. But apparently, some of the musicians didn't show up, and the rest took advantage of the free time to play cards in secret. James came to the club to play table tennis. This sport was very popular in the colony. In the evenings after work, especially in winter, the convicts liked to swing their rackets in the warmth and flick the ball on the table. Sparring for lack of a gymnasium took place in the club right on the stage-put tables and cut them with excitement. Now it was just about time for the tennis players, and they were already starting to pull up. The first to plan to battle were Nick and David. They went backstage where the musicians were playing dumb and sat down to change into their sneakers, while waiting for the gambler and dispersed, so everyone stood. In the hall suddenly flew into the 3 centuries. Nobody move. Nobody leaves. We freeze and wait until we let them go. There was a stampede backstage. Several people were running towards the fire exit, which was in the corridor behind the stage. Who exactly was running? It didn't appear to be. 2 of them ran backstage and dragged Nick from there to the stage. What are you guys doing? We came to play. We came to change clothes. We're not touching anyone. He started it. Shut up. They're playing. I barked at the guard. We know you've been sneaking maps into the zone. Who brought them in? We don't know anything about the Force. Nick, yes. And the cards were for decoration. Razor and guard Nick and Dodo glanced behind the stools on which they had moved to change their shoes. Indeed, there were cards scattered about. All of them both in jail for 15 days for gambling. And the men were taken away without listening to their explanations. A day later, about the lighthouse, James made a decision. He thought long and hard about what to do. The right thing to do was to keep silent or to tell the management that Nick had been falsely accused. But then he would have to talk about the rat and the guard, who did not understand the situation and threw in jail the first caught. And both sides could remind him of that. Nobody likes a snitch. No, all the same, and the truth is strength. The man remembered a famous phrase from the movie with the idea that justice must triumph. He went to the head of the detachment and told him what had happened. The deputy head of the colony confirmed what he saw. Clarified the one that played rats with someone anecdotes with Nick. Yes, James said confidently. Okay, let's not take this story upstairs. Somebody said, I believe you. I'll handle it. But he was out of jail by the end of the night. He found James himself. I'll owe you a favor, he said, dryly and seriously. Your request. I remember. I'll try to help. After that, the authority figure brought James closer to him. And after about 6 months, they became very close friends. But he shared with him that he did not tell anyone how being a boy from a poor family with many children tried to make it in the people, and at the age of 14, went to work on a construction site, as taken into the army. And at the age of 18, he went to Vietnam. He was severely wounded, and in his homeland he received no honors and no money. Nobody wanted him. How he gathered strong guys from among the same Afghans, and took control first of his native Saransk suburbs, and then part of the region. How I tried to wash away my sins and created a fund to help children with cancer, who in the 90s were also not needed by anyone. I tried to live honestly and confessed before that James, but did not give me our state with the arrangement of such that people do not live in it, and exist without rights, without prospects. So I changed everything around me that I could and how I could, he summarized, and drank a shot of vodka. And even then he could afford to drink alcohol in prison with the help of his fellow prisoners on the outside. He found something to put pressure on the head of the colony, and he was organized conditions of detention, the same as when he was free. Not everyone can afford expensive alcohol, cigarettes, cell phones with internet, and even girls penetrated into the men's prison, received guests. Yes, in the prison suite was an empty building near the woodworking shop, where the convicts worked. Once there was a workers' quarters there, and for David it was converted into a kind of trailer, in which movie stars rest during filming. There's a full stuffing of the inmates murmuring ace from the bathroom, not a shower kitchen with a refrigerator. There's even a TV. True, few people saw it in person. The authority took the chosen ones. And those did not spread neither about the interior nor about the pastime. The most frequent guest there was James. He enjoyed a special favor and trust. David, despite the rather comfortable and privileged life in the zone. James was counting the days until the end of the term was still more than 2 years away. Kelly, it'll be 7. When I get out, James figured, she'll be the one going to first grade. Would I be able to drive her? Maybe they'll let me out early on parole. I'm almost halfway through my sentence, and then I can apply for parole. I'll have to get the paperwork ready. Slowly pondered the man, though having an influential patron in the person of James, did not allow himself too much. He behaved like an ordinary convict, didn't skip work, he played sports. Activity and initiative showed, but did not wake up, didn't start or support any conflicts. So he could well qualify for parole. And further, for the past year, there was no news. But I tried to look for her through my own channels. But she just disappeared. Mom kept trying to come to juvie, but James talked her out of it. It was too long a trip. So Jenna just kept writing and calling, asking her son how he was doing, telling about his quiet retirement, worries, and joys, sent parcels with allowed sweets, cookies, chocolate, and to the purchased dried fruit added apples from Aunt Kate's garden. James used to add their slices to his tea. They gave not only the taste, but also the flavor, reminding him of his childhood trips, of the lightness and carefree since that time. It was his outlet in the gray of prison life. Guys, what have they done? Burst into the cell programmer Jack. He was almost crying. They killed Maria. It was early morning and the inmates were just waking up. Some went to wash, others were getting dressed. But at Jack's words, even those who were still lazily pulling themselves up in their beds had lost their morning sleep. Who killed who? Speak up. It came from all directions. Maria, it was a goat from the backyard. Even those who didn't work there knew this white, herky creature. The goat liked to escape from the pen and into the wild, to beg for food from everyone she met, to jokingly fight, squinting with a cunning eye. She was respected for her free-spirited disposition, and of course, everyone was amused by her gregariousness. Maria's death shocked the men in the enclosed space that was the colony. People are very attached to all living things. Bastards. Nick spat. She was the one who was chosen. She must have been a kind, curious soul. He spoke in a strange voice. The stern-looking trucker was ready to cry. "Come on, men, let's get this sorted out," suddenly said James, who had never been a troublemaker. But he, too, was outraged by the brutal death of a harmless creature. These words were recalled to him at the inquest a few hours later. The men's showdown ended in a mass brawl. Some yelled that they had a tradition of sacrifice. Without it, a sacred holiday is not a holiday. The defenders of the goat in response also yelled what they should do with their traditions. The stream of insults turned into a hail of blows. The prison med unit was filled with people with signs, bruises, and broken noses. One even took a bite. That's exactly how someone got revenge on his order. James was recognized as the instigator of the beating, as it was his words that were considered the impetus for the action. Many also saw him stabbing with rage. At least a few people. It ended horribly. James was charged with religiously motivated battery and added 2 more years in prison without parole. Be glad, the guard later told him, that you only got time for battery. If they'd found you the organizer of the riot, you'd have gotten more. You'd be in jail for a long time. The next 4 years James later almost erased from his memory, so gray and eventless. They were different. The man had always been quiet, even phlegmatic, not particularly sociable. But now he's withdrawn into himself. He found some consolation in living by the rules, became the right-hand man of an authority. But he only came into contact with people for business. If it was necessary to explain to someone who was guilty what he was wrong, to teach the newly arrived prison rules, he never crossed the line, never swung his fists. He tried to behave decently, at least not to earn a new sentence. Since parole was no longer available to him, he was finally released on a cloudy July afternoon, which he didn't even know how to use yet. He went to the hotel, got a room, ordered a pizza, which he had not eaten in 5 years, then lay in a warm bath. Slowly he began to get used to the reality outside the walls of the colony and the peace, and quiet without a lot of people around, and the need to follow a strict routine. He thought about the nickname. Her birthday was approaching, and James decided that the first thing to do was to visit his daughter. And if Doria got in the way of that, remind her of her parental rights. After all, he was officially the child's adoptive father. But where Doria was unknown. The next day, the man still went to his former apartment. The door was opened by strangers, who assured that they knew nothing about the former owners. The same result was after a trip to his mom's address. James could not find out anything through official channels because Doria divorced him while he was in prison, and no one had the right to disclose her data to her ex-husband. So he had to use his contacts. Yes, that one suggested the contacts of the right people, which he had everywhere. And James asked for help, tracked down the strap with difficulty. Turns out she moved to Colorado to her hometown. But judging by the information received, desires in the parental apartment, and in a rented apartment, therefore, it was difficult to find her, and the woman lived alone. It's not clear where the child was. James traveled from the train station to the house where Daria lived. James took a cab, thinking about how best to start a conversation with his ex-wife. On the one hand, he wanted to yell at Daria, find her weaknesses, get revenge for kicking his mother out of the house, and of course, get his place back. On the other hand, he imagined that in a dozen minutes he would meet his girlfriend's daughter, be able to hug her already almost a first grader, Kelly, and his heart melted. James went out to the right entrance and stopped to think once again how to behave when meeting Daria and Kelly. For about 15 minutes, he stomped under the windows, exhaled, and ventured into the dirty entryway. It smelled disgusting. There were things lying under the doors. Scary rugs. It looked very poor and neglected, not Daria's status. James thought and pressed the bell button. It was silent. Apparently, it was broken. The man knocked on the door, quietly at first, and then more and more insistently, and suddenly the door swung open. And James barely had time to bounce out. On the threshold stood a haggard woman of indeterminate years in a green washcloth. Her face was almost the same color, and her face was a greenish hue. James. Suddenly she exhaled. The man was startled. It was Daria. It was impossible to recognize the blossoming girl in the withered woman. Only her eyes had come to life. There was a change of emotion in them, fear mixed with joy. "I'll come in," only asked the man. Daria silently shunned, letting him pass. "Where's Kelly?" "No," Kelly calmly said Daria. Now James was silent, waiting for the continuation. "She doesn't live with me. I gave her to a boarding school." That is, as if her father and mother were still alive. "Well, okay, I was in jail, but what did your daughter do to scare off suitors?" James said angrily. "They don't get turned on anyway. They live to see one." "That's not the point," said Daria, and told me what had happened to her in the last 5 years. With her last beau, the lawyer who had helped her take the place away from James and Jenna. She lived with him for about 2 years. They were strapped with shared money, started a small flower business, invested in an apartment in a new building. Everything was registered to both of them. But when the lawyer decided to look for a younger girlfriend, he skillfully left Daria without money. Slowly, under various pretexts, he slipped the woman the documents that she signed without reading, thinking that this is an ordinary report. So she handwritten all the property to him. She didn't even have to forge anything, as in the case of James and his mom. Daria was left destitute and with a daughter in her arms. Her mother had died by then, and her father had started drinking and was unable to help his granddaughter. It was just dangerous to leave her with him. "I remembered your mom. Then, of course, as she cared for me, helped me, I was able to go to work then," Daria admitted. "But the train left. You can't call her for help after all." "Well, at least ask her. She loves Kelly. Maybe she wouldn't have helped your kid." "Why put her in an orphanage when you have a grandmother?" "Oh, I'm ashamed to look her in the eye, James. And you from pouring sins now," said Daria. Then only he noticed that there are a lot of icons everywhere. "Sick, very sick." The woman continued. "I don't have long to live. I don't want to leave with a black soul, though I'm already going to die for murder." Daria confessed to the crime for the first time. "And you didn't kill her for nothing." "I got angry. When he called me a slut and called me that. When I told him we had to hurry up. I had to pick up my daughter from daycare soon. He didn't know I was married. I pray for his soul all the time and I can't forgive him. I can't repent in front of him in front of you. How much grief have I caused you?" "Forgive me," said Daria suddenly and fell from James to his feet. She hugged him behind her knees, buried her face in his face, and continued to say something coherently. "Jesus, wait, you tell me the whole story." James lifted her off his lap, supporting her, and walked her to the couch. She could barely stand. Daria was diagnosed with cancer a year ago by accident. She had taken a part-time job as a sales clerk to be able to pick her up from daycare. The job wasn't hard. It was a chic boutique in a shopping center. There weren't many customers there, and part of the day Daria just sat and browsed social networks, and for some reason she was very tired. After work, she stopped by a neighboring store to try on a swimsuit. I thought although there is no money for the resort, but in the woods with her daughter you can get out more often and breathe fresh air yourself. And the face is already gray something, and the baby swims on the sunbathing, and in the waiting room felt on the chest on the side of some bump dense and quite large. I went to the gynecologist and he scared me and told me to urgently do an examination. He issued a pile of referrals for tests, and after receiving the results, he sent her to an oncologist. It turned out that Daria already had the 3rd stage of surgery after chemotherapy. It's all useless. There is no hope, Daria stated calmly. It was clear that she had already accepted the diagnosis and gloomy prospects. That's why I put her in boarding schools. I couldn't even cook for her. When I was going through chemo, I was vomiting, my eyes were always dark. My father came and helped, but he was half drunk all the time, and I was lying there like a wreck. What kind of family is that? What kind of care for a child? Is she better off in an orphanage? Got it? All right, Dara, let's go. Let's see how fast we can get her out of here. I'll help you with parental rights. At least you didn't revoke mine. I haven't been notified by Juvie. No, I'm not that crazy. I'm crazy, even though we're separated. And I was very mean to you. But I knew if something happened, you were the only one I could trust with my daughter. I knew you'd take care of her. You go. Now please, just get the paperwork. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not feeling well. I'm gonna be a burden on the road. She's here in Colorado. I visited her when I could. James called a cab and went to the address. The orphanage grounds were full of kids. James tried to find his daughter in the flock of girls about her age rollerblading and bicycling around the stadium. He looked at the fun in the children's playground with movable swings. She has grown up now. I don't recognize my own daughter. He smiled and went to the director. He reasoned that it would be faster that way. The director, having found out why the man had come, looked at him with a long look and asked him to sit down. Do you know? No, Kelly, she began, choosing her words carefully. Not anymore, Kelly. We had a fire last night in the dormitory. Must have been playing with matches. Or did they find a lighter? Kids, right? Investigators think the kids were hiding and striking matches in the utility room. Because it caught fire first, and there's toilet paper in there, honor and all sorts of things. It went up in flames in a flash, and the smoke was very acrid from the chemicals. Apparently, we rushed to get the children out, but we couldn't see them. There was a thick black veil. We were screaming for help. Pulled out whoever we could. We couldn't save Kelly. As it turned out later, she hid under the bed, inhaled the smoke, and lost consciousness. She couldn't call for help. We found her, but the doctors couldn't pump her out. Forgive us. Cried a woman to James' words as if reached through some wall from afar, muffled with delay. Wait, is there a mistake? I just came from my mother's. Kelly, she doesn't know anything, James muttered. How long ago did this happen? Yeah, we've been trying to report the trouble at the address for a month now. We've been calling, no one's picking up. We went there, some drunk man opened the door, mooing a lot. I'm not sure he understood what they were saying. Then we tried calling again. We don't have any other numbers or addresses. We called the police. Apparently, they couldn't find the mother either. James came out of the orphanage on wobbly legs, saw the children, and almost ran out of the territory. It hurt him so much to see them. They're laughing, despite the tragedy. And his Kelly is gone. No more hope of the plans he cherished in prison, living in anticipation of seeing his daughter. How many nights he lay awake wondering about her fate. How will she go to school? What profession will she choose? Who would this girl's life marry? He was going to vote his own. And what to do now? Why live in a state of utter despair? He came to Daria. You have ruined both her and me, he shouted, choking back tears of rage. If you hadn't sent me to prison, Kelly wouldn't have gone to boarding school. I would have taken care of her, raised her. And you killed a man, and you should be rotting in juvie. And it would have been better for everyone. And my baby would be alive. Daria hid her face in her hands and howled. There was nothing left to say. Now her life was over in every sense. She had left nothing behind. Her continuation of her daughter was dead. James, however, continued to speak terrible words, reaching for the woman's name. I deserve all of this. James, I'm evil. I've brought nothing but misfortune to everyone, even the rings. Doria spoke quietly and tiredly. And I can't change anything. It's too late to fix everything. No, I have more time, and my daughter is gone. With these words, the woman seemed to have lost the last of her strength. James felt a twinge of pity in his soul. He helped Doria to the bed, brought the painkiller she had asked for. Then he went into the kitchen, made them both some tea, dug through the refrigerator, made sandwiches from what he found. When he came back into the room with the food, Doria was already asleep. The man spent several hours sitting in a chair by the floor lamp in the semi-darkness, almost without moving. To avoid waking Doria, he thought back to that very youthful day at the cottage with Kelly and 5 years ago. That had been the last time he'd seen the girl laughing, playing with her, feeding her. It was the child's last happy day and his. Then there was the dead man, the prison. A father and daughter separated for years, never to meet again. The man wept quietly with grief. Going through the memories, he glimpsed Doria, and then something seemed suspicious to him. He didn't even realize what it was at first. Looking closer, he noticed that Doria's arm was thrown back and hanging off the bed, and the woman was making no attempt to shift. It's a very uncomfortable position. A sound sleep with a clear conscience, James thought. He walked over to adjust his arm and saw that Doria was awake. There was a trickle of saliva dripping from her half-open mouth, and no breath could be heard. Her eyes were half closed. He rushed to call an ambulance. The doctors arrived and pronounced her dead. Doria had taken too many pain pills, apparently deciding that after her daughter's death, there was nothing more to live for. It's been 15 years. James was going to celebrate his 45th birthday in a small circle. His mom, who lived with his sister in a new shaky place, was coming. Also called a couple of buddies from work with their wives. Now the man worked in the publishing house as an editor, but the main guest was to be David, his prison comrade. The criminal mastermind was being released in a few weeks neatly, in time for James' birthday of 21 convicted years. David had already served 20 in the penitentiary. The rest was covered by being in the pretrial detention center until the trial, where a day counts for a day and a half. One more person went to the party not as a guest, but on the contrary, hosted it. The hostess of the evening was Miranda, the same Miranda who clapped and James from the Institute and then hired Doria. After her death, the woman began to hurt James, realizing that this was her only chance to finally get the man of her dreams. She worked hard and diligently made sure they lived together for the last 7 years. She also got James a job at a publishing house. The work was tedious not to write, but to proofread the texts of other authors. Sometimes graphomaniacs, who also had to give a polite review in return. But the salary was very good, and Miranda wasn't bad. James was counting. Now he sort of found himself in Doria's shoes. Didn't have a passionate love for Tony. He valued him more as a good friend, a reliable partner in all endeavors. They didn't have children. James was totally against it. He considered it a betrayal of the ring. And with Miranda, he had no desire to live life together until the end. In spite of this, the joint life went on as usual. This year, they bought a house in a village not far from the city. A little settled in and decided to celebrate the anniversary there, combining with the housewarming, and even with the release from prison. My mom came a few days in advance to help with the preparations for the secret celebration. And on the appointed day, David was the first to arrive. But what's expensive? Let's celebrate the big holiday at our place, imitating a Georgian accent, he said. I'll be the toastmaster tonight. You know my countrymen aren't clowns. I entertain guests with 3 clappers and 3 crowds. And the most important person who leads, directs all the events, all the conversations and toasts is pronounced, of course, but not as you have. Saying a few words and drinking here is a whole art. But let's artfully try you in business. James laughed. Then the other guests arrived. Miranda met the colleagues from the publishing house at the end of the subway and took them by car to the village. At the same time showed the house, a little bragging about such a solid acquisition. But with Sergei continued the conversation, holding out cognac. "Do you know that the chief of our main planted?" asked someone. "What is this to the head of the colony? And you won't believe it because of me." "Well, because he gave me such freedom with a separate house, not a cell, entertainment and pranks of all sorts. I thanked him properly. I helped him as much as I could. I solved his problems, but my life ended shortly before my release. The FSB came for him. He even as waited for them quietly went to the loaf, as they say. They thought it was me who burned him, by the way. But why should I? I had a good time with him. Now he's under house arrest. The investigation's underway, and his former deputy's new boss. He didn't touch me. He didn't make any trouble. He moved me to a regular cell and let me serve out my sentence in peace. I didn't have to talk to him about anything that wasn't meant for prying ears." The man went to the other guests. The evening went cheerfully, but dignified. Dodo observed all Georgian traditions of feast, so nobody got drunk and danced. Everyone enjoyed drinks, food, and conversation. And now my gift was proudly announced by David. Not really a gift, but an investment. "Darling, I'd like to offer you the opportunity to start your own publishing house." James didn't have anything to say, just stared at his comrade in song and surprise. "I'm ready to lend you money, to invest in the business, but we'll agree on the terms. As equal partners, I want you to develop, not just sit around in your current job. I want you to earn money, not get a salary. This is such a birthday wish to you with material help to realize. If I gave you money, I wouldn't take it. But how about investment can you agree to talk about?" He squinted slyly at his friend, looking at him with a smile. Of course, he agreed. The business quickly went uphill. Friends took first not for the most popular literature, novels, children's books, but for scientific. They began to publish textbooks, manuals, monographs, reference books, encyclopedias, and earned a good reputation. Their editions were in many educational and scientific institutions. And scientific popular literature competently selected and qualitatively designed. And in the household became considered a good gift. A few years later, they decided to engage in fiction prose, to take a couple of young writers to try and talents, to support and check how profitable it is to develop this direction. The matter was important, and James decided not to leave the selection of authors on the conscience of editors. He personally read the manuscripts that the publishers were immediately flooded with young, ambitious creatures, where he laughed, where he even wept at the level of skill of novice writers. But one work really hooked him. Someone under the highly original pseudonym Masha Ivanova sent a manuscript, every line of which seemed to James, coming from his heart and future-long memories. Mom didn't love Dad. She used him. And I loved him. Mommy made Daddy go to jail. In her place, Mom stole my grandmother from me and my grandmother's apartment. Mom stole everyone I loved and put me in an orphanage. Mom's dying, Grandpa's drinking. How can I go on living? The text was written on behalf of a little girl, but with some very adult feelings. It was reminiscent in style of Over the Rye or Naive. Super. And the more James read, the more he was struck by how the story resembled his life. There were a lot of nuances that only a man could know. Even to himself, he didn't even say her name. The narrative was abstract, modernist, a bit confusing, but very addictive. And the man couldn't understand why. Because the work is well written and worth an edition, or simply because almost in detail describes his fate. Having finished reading, he immediately called his assistant and asked to invite the author to a meeting. A dozen minutes later, he reported back, dialed. Judging by her voice, the young girl cheerfully replied that she would come anytime, wherever she was told. Assigned her for the day after tomorrow. Based on your schedule, Thursday is almost free. James nodded and went about his routine business. But his heart wasn't in it. The soul was out of place. What if it was Kelly's? For the first time, he mentally dared to say that name. Of course, it was very foolish of him to hope for what had happened. A miracle, and the daughter was alive. After all, he had been to the orphanage himself, talked to the director. Why would she lie? But maybe she got it wrong. Maybe Kelly didn't die. James started thinking. What if they couldn't get through again? Daria's dead. Her father went into a drug treatment center. He died there after that. I moved away from it all of a sudden. But it's been so long. Kelly would have found me if she was alive. His head was bursting with conflicting assumptions. He regretted that he couldn't find out anything yet. After all, to wait for the meeting for 2 whole days, the man turned himself on his mother, while he decided not to say anything about his own. Suddenly, hopes came flooding in. The elderly woman had just recovered from a terrible loss. Granddaughters all her life remembered the defenseless girl, whom she raised in affection and tenderness, and with whom fate had treated so cruelly. That is why, unlike many mothers, now she did not torment her son with questions. When will the grandchildren come? She realized that it was a sore subject for him, and she herself was not sure that she would be able to love another child as well. It doesn't matter that it's already native. On Thursday, James came to work earlier than everyone else. He hadn't slept much the night before. He just couldn't and lay awake until morning with an empty head. The night before, Miranda had finally noticed that something was going on with him. He flinched at her turning to him, completely immersed in his thoughts. But she didn't get an answer from him as to what was wrong. In the morning, James literally ran out of bed, washed his face hastily, refused breakfast, and left for work, sitting in his office unable to concentrate on anything. Listen to the wall clock ticking, counting down the time until the meeting. The girl turned out to be punctual at exactly 12 o'clock as scheduled. James heard ringing voices outside the door. His assistant came by to inquire if it was okay to let the guest in. James nodded, pretending to be immersed in studying the documents. When the girl came in, he was afraid to look up at her right away. Kelly, he kept saying his favorite name. The silence dragged on. He jerked his head up sharply, and no, it wasn't her. It wasn't his girl. A pretty girl with hair dyed blue was looking at him questioningly and a little shyly. The girl laughed sweetly in response and suddenly sniffed her nose. And at that moment, the tension of the last few days vanished from James as if it had never existed. And his fragile hopes were shattered. But somehow it didn't hurt, as if it was a final farewell to the image of his daughter. The gentle and quiet girl introduced herself as Sophia. He invited her to sit down. The conversation came out of the blue. Sophia, where did you get such details in your book about boarding school, about your relationship with your parents? This is your personal experience. It just reminded me of a story. It's not plagiarism. The girl's eyes are as blue as her hair. I don't suspect you. Just a lot of things. The location of events in your narrative that I already know about. I mean, it echoes a story of a friend of mine. Found James. Not to tell a stranger all the sad events of my fate. The thing is that I lived in a boarding school for a long time, from the age of 7 to adulthood, and one girl told me her story. We were very good friends. James got cold. What was the girl's name? He squeezed out Kelly, which is what she told me to call herself. That's what her dad called her. James, what's wrong? That was the last thing the man heard. He woke up on the floor next to his desk. An assistant was fussing around, splashing water on him from a glass. An accountant came from somewhere and shouted towards the door, "Give us our black alcohol, and who has it?" And Sophia silently shook him by the shoulders and stared with wide-open blue eyes. God, how ashamed, James said, that I am a big man fainted. Yeah, Sophia confirmed. Her eyes were full of anxiety and unexpected concern. Apparently the nerves of waiting for the meeting had gotten to James. He stood up. He felt a little dizzy. Sanya, you're sorry, but let's continue our conversation. Tomorrow, say, he turned to the girl. I have something to tell you, and I hope you'll clarify some things for me too. The next day, they met at a cafe and talked for several hours. James told about his life, Sophia, about his destiny. It turned out that the girl had almost died in that terrible fire in the boarding school, and she ended up in an orphanage. So her parents were gone almost immediately after her birth. They were fond of mountaineering, and on a trip, they fell off a cliff. On the ground, the newlyweds who had just given life to a child were found holding hands. Which of them fell first, and which of them did not let go? There was no other way to find out, and there was no need to. The orphaned Sophia was raised by her grandmother. And when she died, the girl went to boarding school. With Kelly, they were the same age and initially talked about grandmothers. Both girls remembered with warm smiles how they had been brought up, pampered, but also instilled with rules. The girls became fast friends and chatted about everything. Kelly told about her unhappy life with her mother, who cared more about men than about her daughter, about her beloved daddy with whom she was voiced. Sophia's words and emotions were literally seared into her memory. Kelly, so sincere and all-encompassing, was the child's grief at being deprived of a normal life, seemingly simple and ordinary. But Sophia had no such life. The girl had been around orphans since infancy and did not remember her parents at all. On the other hand, her mom and dad were alive, but she still ended up in an orphanage. You can't escape your fate. James and Sophia started spending a lot of time together. They'd meet on weekends and usually just walk around town and talk. Shells first. James avidly caught every detail of his daughter's short life without him. Then they moved more and more into their current lives, talking about important and not so important events, sharing plans. Sophia was drawn to a grown man. She had spent her whole life without a father and without any close people around. She was used to relying only on her own strength, not counting on the help of others, so that there would be no new pain from the loss. And now she has support, attention, and care. Her novel was published by James and the Doctor, and the print runs sold out well. James encouraged her to write the next book. You have a good syllable, you have your own style, he noted. You don't overwhelm the reader, but there are some very deep thoughts, which is not surprising. After all, you are Sophia. What do you mean, wise? Sophia was embarrassed, though the praise was gratifying to her. That evening, they were cold for several hours of walking, for it was already late October, and the girl agreed to come to James for tea in the city apartment after his move to the village. And as it happened, it was not the drink that warmed them, but their embrace. After that night, they became a couple. Of course, there was gossip at the publishing house. He found a girl who could be his daughter. As if women didn't start out enough. He left Tanya, he picked up another one, and she followed him around. She'd give him this and that, and caressed him, and always have dinner with him. They're ungrateful men, summarized the third. But the girl thanks him, apparently, diligently for the fact that he so promotes her. It is without ancestry, without a tribe. I've already turned in the drafts of the second book, and James and Sophia were just good together. Despite the significant age difference, he was 49 and she was 26. His loved ones were understanding, happy that the man had found his happiness after so many years of hardship. Even Miranda accepted the situation, watching how James changed from a lost man, coming to terms with a bleak and joyless life. He has become an optimistic man full of plans. Friends, girls too, were quite favorable to her beau, found common topics for conversation, and gladly came to visit in their cozy apartment, which they recently bought, and the cottage in the village, which they bought with Miranda. James left the woman as a token of appreciation for the years spent together. About 6 months later, they got married, and this time, even though they're teasing each other, they followed all the signs. In the witnesses took the girlfriends Sophia and David, who served 20 years in prison. Now it's like he's speeding up his catch-up. He got married and raised twin boys. At the wedding, he again volunteered to be a toastmaster, and the holiday was a success. All them long remembered the intricate Georgian toasts and the general clamorous, but without excesses atmosphere. A year passed. Sophia came into the room for tea. "Let's have coffee," James replied. "I still have an hour and a half to work, would be almost finished. A couple of pages left." James was writing a book about his life. Sophia had convinced him that an experience like his should not be lost, that his story was unique. Maybe warning someone against blind love will help them appreciate what they have and give them hope that everything will be okay in the end. Sanja, so there will be a happy ending in my book. Remembered now her words about a happy ending. James winked at Sophia and came close to him, took his palm and put it on her stomach. "There, you feel it. He looked up at her with happy eyes. Sophia, it's true. I'm so glad. Who's a boy or a girl? I don't know yet. She smiled gently. Tomorrow is our first ultrasound. Let's go to meet our baby boy. James hugged Sophia tightly, closed his eyes, and felt tears of happiness run down his cheeks.
Subscribe and click the bell.
A business trip to a neighboring town was very difficult. Cindy, a young pharmacist, was sent to help receive goods. The new pharmacy was about to open, and there was a shortage of manpower. The employees worked from morning until late at night, always on their feet. By the end of the third day in the girl's head, there seemed to be nothing but the names of drugs, dates, expiration dates. Some boss from the regional supplementary. I wanted the opening of the pharmacy was held exactly on the day of the pharmacy worker on May 19. And the fact that it is impossible to process such a huge assortment in a short time, no one cared. Despite the difficulties, the work was finished earlier than planned, and all the business travelers were sent home. What a surprise it will be to the sailor, the girl thought, sitting on the train. He is expecting me on Monday, and I on Sunday. Tired but happy Cindy, anticipating a quick meeting with her lover, she opened the apartment with the key and entered the hallway. Yes, that's it. Do you understand me now? She's such a snake pretending to be, kindly, a stepping stone. But I know they don't hire just anybody at the drugstore, and no one knows what chickens are for us. What do we die of? She loves Mark, but she's afraid to cuddle with him. Not to sit with a man and cuddle. She's always going around, wiping, cleaning. How does she find things to wash 15 times? I only have time to pay the light bill. Even on her day off, she finds something to do. I don't know how to get her out of the house. It's impossible to talk to my son face to face. She's always cooking and learning. She's funny, for God's sake. Her apple pies are all a mess. I eat them. Yeah, I praise them. They didn't teach them how to cook at the orphanage. But I still keep an eye on her. They're so resentful of life, they can do anything. Cindy froze in horror. She could clearly hear her future mother-in-law. Sophia was talking about her to someone on the phone. Yeah, I don't know what to do. That asshole doesn't want to get married either. I thought he'd really listen to me. He came home last night at 2 o'clock in the morning with booze on his breath. He tried to sneak some girl into the apartment. I'd have given him a hard time. Yeah, the neighbors might have heard us talking, you know what I mean. In the morning, I told him to marry her. And he says, no, I won't. I'm sick of her. I tell him why she's bothering you. All morning and night, and he's super decent. You don't have to think about it. You have to act. My dear, she'll be back from her business trip the day after tomorrow. I'll give her some mushrooms. She likes my mushrooms. Oh, she loves mushrooms. With potatoes. No, why poison this case? It's a criminal case. I'm an idiot. What a fool I've made her do. And then she'll slowly move on her own. The main thing is that we all sit at the table together, so that no suspicions arise. I'll put some mushrooms in my plate for Mark and myself, but not the normal ones. Cindy couldn't believe her ears. Mushrooms, yes, she loves them, but they want to poison her. Cindy, barely audible and almost out of breath, opened the door, carefully set her bag of belongings out and paid her back. She did everything so quietly that she herself couldn't believe how she had managed it. Her heart was pounding frantically, and her legs were unsteady. Only when she jumped out of the driveway did she finally get her breath back, and with a quick step, holding her heavy bag, she hurried away from the house. Cindy walked 2 blocks before she gave herself a break. She sat down on the nearest bench and cried. Was this happening to her for real, or was it a dream? Mark tried to bring some girl home, not shy of her mother, and Sophia wants to poison her. For what? For trying to be a good wife and mom from morning till night. Things just don't work out. Is it because the orphanages are afraid that I'll be left without an apartment? I have my own apartment. I moved in with his mom for Mark. He's the one who has to work. I'm not the one who's too lazy to get up early. If you told him you don't like him, you'd have left. How come? Last week he called me his wife, and this week he's dragging women home without remorse. And his mother is so strange. She's talking about marriage, she won't shut her mouth. And now she wants to poison him. But no matter how hard Cindy tried to find an explanation for everything she heard, nothing worked. In their 7 months together, Mark had never once seriously offended or humiliated Cindy. Yes, she had noticed that lately he had been very glum. But a man can't always be positive. He's got a tough job. He's a warehouse laborer for a big retail chain. And anyway, is family life always cloudless? Here the educators always told her to study, work, meet a serious man, be patient, do not have illusions. But these are all general phrases. And what kind of life can be, what should it be, when you meet such a person? No one along the line said. And sometimes Mark's strange behavior she took for granted. The girl had to endure a lot of things in the orphanage mockery of peers and older guys, when they called her gypsy for too rough appearance, indifference of others who did not give these childish pranks them a special meaning. But that was not what was most unbearable. The hardest thing was to get rid of the constant hope that she would someday be taken away from here, and she would not tell. The same verse for the 7th time. The woman would smile at her and show her what she could do. She would not be given a pretty dress. She would not be calmed. To give instructions to behave well and to be liked by someone. These girls are active and inquisitive by nature. I wanted to behave naturally. Maybe somewhere to fool around, somewhere to laugh. But she was always told to behave decently, or they will think that you are a gypsy and no one will take you. Cindy did not rebel, but against the restrictions. She tried. She tried hard. She told poems well and counted examples. But for some reason, the girls were always taken by the others, the bright-eyed ones. It was a long time before she stopped living in a waiting mode. But the bitter realization that nothing would change still occasionally overtook her soul. One way or another, Cindy had learned, not without the help of outsiders. One must rely only on oneself. 3 years of arduous medical school studies passed. Cindy got a job in a pharmacy, a living, some kind of security. All this time she lived in a small apartment, received from the state. And now, it would seem, live as you wish. You are a free man now. But the girl remembered the director's stories about the fate of children from orphanages. The freedom that had fallen on their heads like a snowball. Not everyone could appreciate it. Some of them had made a brothel out of their housing, and some had lost it altogether, having taken the word of the swindlers that by selling the apartment in 5 years, under a special scheme they could buy twice as much housing. Cindy showed good results in her studies, and apparently that is why many teachers and staff of the orphanage often instructed the girl on the way to the truth. They warned her against such cases. But it is impossible to live always according to one scheme, constantly beware of everything. There are periods in life when you just unbearably want warmth and tenderness. And then there comes a time when you want to give this tenderness to someone and share your homeless, not once lost stock of feelings and emotions. It so happened that when Cindy seriously thought about starting a family, she met Mark by chance and quickly decided that he was her destiny. At the beginning of their life together, they were doing very well and complemented each other like yin and yang. Reserved Cindy and cheerful and versatile Mark, blonde-haired and blue-eyed. But even not the appearance immediately conquered the girl. Already on the second date, Mark said that when they have children, he will love them very much and give them all his free time. After these words, Cindy, it seemed, did not need to say anything, still growing up without parental affection. She considered it a sign from above, and without hesitation, agreed to the guy's proposal to live together. Mark was not a mama's boy, but some things in their home Cindy could not understand. Sophia sometimes treated the 25-year-old guy like a child. She would pour tea for him, or bake pancakes for him early in the morning. The girl understood that it was pointless to compete with Sophia, but she seriously imagined herself as Mark's wife and tried to be caring and economic, as if she deserved the love of such a handsome man as Mark and winning the favor of his mother. One day, coming home after a hard shift at work, the girl sat down on the couch and just could not get up. Her legs were unbearably buzzing. Foolishly, she put on almost new and impossible shoes. Looking into the room, Sophia remarked caustically that the young wife could have been more careful. Dinner wasn't ready. Clothes couldn't wife. Trying to get up, Cindy toppled back onto the couch in surprise. Mark brought a basin of warm water and carefully and gently placed her feet in the water. Other than that, he forbade Cindy to get up from the couch until she rested. Here are girls dreaming of unearthly love, seething passionate emotions. Yes, it's nothing compared to the care of a loved one when you can't stand on your feet. And then everything falls into place again, and Mark no longer seems so cold and soulless. It's not the words that matter, it's the deeds. And the fact that he sits and plays computer games all evening is not such a great crime. No, Cindy was not the kind of person who is constantly shown in Russian movies on home TV. They are the kind of women who accept the blows of fate without complaint and somehow magically find happiness. It's just that the girl really wanted to find something she never had. And she was sure that patience and labor would bear fruit. The laughter of teenagers near the entrance interrupted Cindy's thoughts. She had been sitting on the bench for half an hour and couldn't think of what to do. The anxiety was gradually receding. The evening was warm, with an unobtrusive breeze blowing in her face. And yet everything was fine. Thank God they let me go early. How it would have ended if I don't even want to think about it. The girl wanted to get up, but suddenly the phone rang. It was Maria. "Hi, Cindy. What are you doing home?" "Hi, I got home okay. I apologize for calling me so late. You know, I really need your help. What's up? Tell me what I can do." "I will. You remember Sam? I told you about him. He's leaving for Dubai tomorrow, and he wants me to come with him. And Anna wouldn't let me do it on my own dime. She said in case Cindy asks for time off after the business trip. And there's no one to work. Wendy's not feeling well. I wish she hadn't gone on sick leave. You want me to work for you?" Yeah, you heard me right. I really need to be with him. On this vacation, I've already bought 3 bathing suits and 4 dresses. You may think I'm an infantile fool, but Cindy, you're only 22. You're gonna get your love life together. I'm 33. I don't have to choose. I don't know what I want more, love, or to have a baby with a normal man. Probably both. Please help me. Please understand my situation. It's only 2 weeks. I'll even pay you personally, on top of what you're getting paid. Maria, I'll help you, but I have a very serious favor to ask of you two. A very serious favor. What kind of favor, tell me? How can I explain it to you? I don't have a place to live. Did you break up with Mark? No, it's not about him. I just need to sort something out. I'm asking you to let me stay with you for 2 weeks. I won't touch anything in your apartment, I promise. I won't bring anyone over, don't think. Okay, Cindy, we're talking like we're strangers. Put your feet up and come over here. I'm waiting. Cindy exhaled with relief and quickly walked towards the bus stop with Maria. Not that they were close friends, but they were very good to each other. Maria was older and wiser, and Cindy was younger and kinder. Anna, the pharmacy manager, often put them on the same shift, and just like that, between the colleagues began a friendly relationship. They could not grow into a strong friendship for one reason only. The orphanage past put a stamp of distrust on the girl. And in general, life showed that you should not tell people more about yourself than they need to know. But now Cindy understood, since she had asked to stay with her colleague. She was in for a few revelations. Hi there, what took you so long? Maria met a girl in a beautiful silk robe. Hi. I took the wrong bus. I forgot that the unit turns towards the sewage treatment plant. Well, get undressed. I've just put the kettle on. Let's have some tea. Cindy undressed and smelled baked goods in the house. Come in, sit down. The landlady sat down in the kitchen. Cindy, I know it's not nice of me to pry. But as your senior mentor, I have to know what you're hiding from someone. What if you were being chased by criminals? They tracked you down, they're gonna break into the apartment and kill us, and that's it. Cry my honeymoon nights in Dubai. Cindy laughed for the first time that night. No, Maria, there are no criminals. But I'm only here because a crime could have happened tonight. That the woman almost dropped the candy from his hand. Okay, Maria, calm down, sit down. I'm gonna explain everything to you right now. I just need to know that you're not gonna tell anyone good. No, Cindy, I won't. Anyway, Sophia, Mark's mom, tried to poison me. I mean, literally. I didn't tell anyone I was coming home early, so I thought I'd surprise her. So I did. I walk into the apartment, and with my own ears, I hear her on the phone telling her sister she wants to treat me to some special mushrooms. And she's gonna put some other non-poisonous ones in her plate for Mark and me. Here under the hatch, she has a bunch of sack jars, bunches, mushroom and caviar of all sorts. I don't know why I'm always drawn to mushrooms. I don't usually go for her pickles, but I eat mushrooms all the time. Well, I got that right. You're going to the police tomorrow and report a crime. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'll try to figure it out on my own. Olda, nowadays investigators don't have primitive methods. They can print out a phone conversation and nail the old woman for even intending to poison you. You're right as always. But there's one thing. Sophia, Mark's mom, who I live with. So you want to discount her as a future mother-in-law? And the fact that you could get poisoned and die, that's just a small thing. Cindy, shut up. I'm sorry, Cindy, just no love carrot should obstruct justice. I know from my own life experience, the problem has to be dealt with head-on. What if they don't give you mushrooms, but fried potatoes with rat poison? You like potatoes too, don't you? Cindy sat and stirred with a spoon, having already left the tea. Maria didn't calm down. I'm sorry, of course, that I'm here with my advice. I want to do what's best for you, so that you don't get hurt. Would a normal, loving guy take the side of a mom who's gonna poison his girlfriend? I think he would. Cindy said sadly, there can be many girls, but a mom is one, and he's her only son. Well, of course, if it's a picture son, he'll indulge his mom in everything. He'll make tea off your head and give you a drink, just to be sure. But I think you should understand, friend, people meet each other in trouble. Honestly, when I had you like, a loving husband, we had a great life, we went on vacations, I was young. And you're still pretty. Oh, thank you. So I was young, naive, and thought that they would love me till the grave forever. But then the unexpected happened to me, or rather pregnancy. I suffered, I had an operation, and everything seemed to end well. But then he lost interest in me all at once. I went to all the decent doctors in our city. They wrote me 10 papers that everything was fine, that I'd have kids. And he still looked at me like I was second-rate merchandise. You know the ending. And now, after all this time, I realize it was meant to be. There had to be a moment that set things right. I understand you, Maria, all Cindy, I'm boring you already. I feel at home, whatever you want, eat whatever you want. Don't bring in the men. Maria laughed contagiously. Come on, just kidding. I know you all, I put you to sleep on the couch. In the morning, they went to the pharmacy to negotiate with the manager about working shifts. Cindy stayed at work, and Maria, having already folded a suitcase of things, went straight to the airport. It was still 6 hours before the flight. At work, Cindy got a call from Mark. The guy was sure that she was now in another city and was already waiting for her to come home tomorrow evening. Feeling jealous and resentful, Cindy thought of asking Mark straight in the forehead what he was doing in her absence. But the instinct of self-preservation prevented the girl from giving herself away. And Mark, strangely enough, was extremely calm when he heard that she had a work emergency. A breakdown at work, and she would be back only by the end of the next weekend. In the evening, arriving at Maria's apartment, Cindy studied how the local appliances worked, threw things in the laundry, and put the already cooked cutlets in the microwave to heat up. She was in foreign walls, but strangely felt very calm. It was paradoxically a good mood. Even in such a horrifying situation, it was understandable. No matter how hard Cindy tried, becoming her own person to Mark and Sophia was not working. After working in their apartment, it was rare to be able to really relax. The woman followed her around, not to chastise or lecture, but to find any excuse not to leave the girl alone in the house. The constant thought of whether Sophia Pavlovna would like it, how she cooked, cleaned, how she sat on the sofa, quietly soup left her brain. Cindy herself did not admit it to herself and kept to her internal attitude. Lots of people have a 100 times harder life than she did. Why should she change? At the same time, Mark felt very comfortable around his beloved mother, and did not hesitate to behave the way he wanted. Cindy had all the manifestations of love and emotions for him only outside the apartment. When young people occasionally went for a walk, Cindy walked around Maria's three-room apartment and did not know what to do. The girl noted that the landlady was a true cleaner. Everything is gradually cleaned. Nothing had to be done. There was to Miss Mark, but immediately caught herself. There was no time for that. Now, she had exactly a week to figure out why she wanted to be poisoned. Unintentionally, her eye fell on a beautiful statue of an African woman with a candlestick-shaped cup on her head. She remembered what Maria had said about this statue when she came from Tunisia, where she had gone on vacation last year. She picked up the weighty woman and took out a piece of paper with a phone number. Not thinking long, the girl dialed the number, and after a minute a pleasant voice in the receiver answered, "Hello, hello." Quietly said Cindy, "Hello. I'm listening to you attentively. You see, I've never called a healer or a psychic. It's very difficult for me to explain why I'm calling you and you're explaining to me. Just come." On the other end of the wire answered calmly and authoritatively, "I wanted to say at once that I don't have any extra money. Don't take offense at me. I just heard about different cases. So maybe your case doesn't require any money at all. Is there such a thing?" "Well, of course it happens." She laughed. "I'll be there. Tell me, where do you live? Wait. I have an appointment a week in advance, so I'll see if there's a free number. Although, I always have time for doubters. Come by tonight at 10 p.m. if you're not afraid to walk in the dark. Write down the address. I'll definitely come." Cindy hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. The clock showed 8. We had to hurry. I'd never heard of a street like that in our town. I'd have to look it up on a map. Where is it? It was exactly 9:45. The girl stood hesitantly outside a large red brick mansion. The mansion near the house was enclosed by a high fence and looked quite intimidating. The streetlights were already on and the house number could be seen without much difficulty. Cindy's heart was pounding hard. Why had she come here? What was behind that fence? What if there are crooks? What under the guise of good fortune tellers, or even worse, pimps, and in general, it is not a good thing to go to all sorts of magicians. Sin of doubt overcame the girl not on a joke. She had already taken a few steps back, but immediately stopped. If I found this piece of paper by accident, it means that it was not just for nothing. Fears, all my life, I'm sick of fears. I can't go on living in ignorance like this, so let someone help me. Cindy confidently pressed the intercom bell. Out of the corner of her eye, noticing the camera, which was looking directly at her, the weighty iron door of the gate fell away, and the girl saw an elderly man of pleasant appearance in front of her. Hello, ma'am. Cindy is waiting for you. Follow me." Cindy walked along the paved and large stone path and cautiously looked around. In the courtyard, plants unfamiliar to her were in full green, and from far away came the delicate smell of blossoming apple trees. What a beauty! Probably the one who takes care of such a garden, by definition, cannot be a bad person. The girl's mind flashed. Wait here. The man left Cindy in the spacious hall and left. Before she could look around, a maid came to her and invited her to the nearest room. Cindy sat down on the soft orange couches and began to look around the room. It was all too modern. No heavy parterres, bulky furniture, or dangling chandeliers. Lush orange curtains to match the color of the sofa and chairs. Chocolate-colored walls, glass coffee table. It was the first time Cindy had seen such a trendy interior. But she was especially struck by the crystal vase with oranges and tangerines on the low wooden side table between the armchairs. "Would you like an orange?" The voice of a woman in a silk robe seemed to come out of nowhere. "Ah, hello, I'm just very pretty here. I've never seen everything color-coded like this, even the fruit." Cindy sunk her gaze to the floor. "Yes, my late husband loved to snack on chocolate, cognac. But the chocolate had to have a citrus note." The woman looked at the girl with a smile, and without embarrassment, it was so. "I have not forgotten the purpose of your visit. My name is Betty, by the way." "No, I'm not embarrassed. It's just that," Cindy gave me a look. "You were expecting a little different decor." Yeah, crystal ball, candles, all kinds of magical paraphernalia. The woman paced back and forth, and her chocolate robe fluttered with every movement of her hostess. No, I don't need this. To tell a man what he needs. I just need to hear him and look him in the eye. Cindy took the statue by the waist to get a better look. Suddenly, a small rolled-up piece of paper fell from under the statuette. Cindy bent over to pick it up and unfolded it. On the piece of paper was written a phone number and the phrase, "Betty will solve any problems." Oh, how trivial. Cindy Betty didn't hold back. Will solve your problems and get rid of the extra money. It's a miracle. That's what I'm talking about. The girl shoved the paper back under the statue and went out onto the balcony. The balcony was not behind glass, and the view from the 12th floor was amazing. No high-rise buildings, window to window. Only space and freedom. A large, cozy yard with garages and a playground smoothly flowed into the park. It was laid out quite recently. The neighborhood was a new zoo. After all, the bank of the river was changing, and on the opposite bank darker, whether not yet inhabited new buildings with rare lights of windows, a little bit to sink. Cindy decided to go to bed, no matter how hard she tried. The plan to figure out the strange circumstances in her head was still not coming together. The next day at work went as usual. Customer service and slanted glances, the head of the office. On the contrary, it seems that a pharmacist is free to work as he wants. In fact, trade is trade. And in the next yard opened a pharmacy, a competitor. And it was necessary at all costs to keep the customers of old ladies from neighboring houses. Anna clearly kept her hand on the pulse, so that the staff first of all advised expensive drugs. They told about cheap analogs of expensive drugs to the customers. But Cindy's born honesty kept her from doing so, which are strictly prescribed in the prescription. The other was simply to give good professional advice. When, for example, an old grandmother asks for ointment for back pain, and she does not have a lot of money. In these cases, Cindy simply has no moral right to offer her an expensive ointment, when there is exactly the same one with the same quality of active ingredient, only cheaper. Such liberty constantly annoyed the superintendent. After all, their pharmacy chain was private, and both salaries and bonuses depended on the sales plan. But all this was nothing compared to the feeling Cindy had when customers thanked her for her help and told her that the ointment or pills had worked well, helping everyone who came to the pharmacy with their physical and mental pain. Cindy felt a great relief, as if she had helped her own mother or grandmother. And the customers, in turn, also shared with the girl kindness and warmth of heart. Once during a break, Anna told Cindy to come to her office for a conversation. The girl thought that they wanted to blame her again for the low sales of imported vitamins and cough syrup. She didn't expect the conversation to be about something else entirely. The manager thanked Cindy for her hard work and help in opening the new pharmacy and informed her that she had found a worthy replacement for her, and not just any pharmacist, but a pharmacy technician. Today, she can finish her last day of work and look for another job. The new employee starts tomorrow, and Cindy will be fired without any problems. All attempts to have a nice talk with Anna came to nothing. The woman was adamant that complacency is not welcome in their line of work. And the plan is the plan. How can this be? I'm a good employee, and I was thrown out like a dog. Cindy walked down the street from work and mentally tormented herself. I tried for people, and who else would I try for? And sales were good. And a lot of people came to us. The girl felt sorry for herself. It was like something broke inside. Okay, Sophia and Mark, I never became for them. But work is my mainstay in life, my vocation. How could it be that I even lost it? Cindy came into the apartment and sat at the banquet. That's kind of weird. I wanted to solve one problem, and I got a whole bunch of problems. I can solve anything. Cindy repeated this phrase and came closer and closer to the African statuette. It's simple. The woman sat down next to Cindy. You know, Betty, I don't feel comfortable talking about this, but let's talk about payment right away. How much will you charge for your services? Listen, how's Cindy? Look, Helen, I won't charge you yet, but not because I don't need it. Or I'm doing charity work. I just see that you need it more right now. And when things are going well, then you can bring me some. When things are good, Yeah, that's right. Betty, I came to you because my soon-to-be mother-in-law wants to poison me. Well, she wanted to. I overheard her on the phone and snuck out of the apartment. My young man, Mark, her son thinks that I am still on a business trip and does not know anything. I am now staying at a coworker's apartment, and today was my last day of work. I've been fired from my job. I'm Cindy the pharmacist. It's good. It's very good that all this happened to you just fine. The girl looked at Suzanne in surprise and froze in mute question. There is a proverb, if it were not for luck, but misfortune helped. And this is just your case. Mark is not your man at all, and you should not suffer and kill yourself over it. But I love him. I wanted to start a family with him. Sweet girl, it's normal at your age. Putting people on a pedestal, and none of us are immune to mistakes and disappointments. But stop making excuses for people who take advantage of you. Stop showering them with your kindness and love. Do you need to concentrate on other things right now, on finding a new job? Cindy asked quietly. No, don't worry about work. What's important for you now is to find your mother. You will help her, and she will help you. The main thing is not to mind her help. The girl sat still. What she had stopped thinking about for years was a pipe dream. Now was so close and sounded so true that all other questions for Cindy simply ceased to exist. My mom's alive. I'm begging you, Betty, don't joke around. Don't do that to me. You just turned my soul inside out. I can't bear it if it's a lie. It's the truth. Your mother's alive. I can feel it. I can't tell you where she is, but she's not very far from here. How do I find her? Right now you need to go, not to find your mother, but to find your brother. He knows exactly where she is. I see that your little brother is incarcerated, but not in prison, but not far from where you work. For me, I mean, my job is not far from the police department. Is that where you're referring to? Yeah, I guess that's it. But why is my brother in police custody? Did he do something wrong? It's just a simple desire to make easy money. When you meet him, you might be able to help him and set him straight. Betty, how do you envision it? I go to the police and I say, oh, you know, I've got a brother in custody. I don't know his name, what he's charged with, what he looks like. Can I talk to him? But that's ridiculous. It wouldn't be hard for you to recognize your brother. You two look a lot alike. In fact, Betty abruptly cut herself short. I'm just telling you what I see. It's up to you to decide what to do. Madame Cindy sighed heavily and stood up from the sofa, showing that the reception was over. I believe you. Wait, Cindy seemed to be trying to delay the fortune teller. And about the poisoning, why do they want to poison me? Jealousy, anger, and great resentment. You'll find out soon enough. Betty took the oranges, gave it to the girl. Eat, calm down, go home, and go to bed. The mistress of the mansion once again looked at Cindy carefully with her brown eyes and quickly departed. Once outside the gates of the house, Cindy could barely dial the number of the cab with trembling hands. She didn't know where to put the unwanted orange. The girl began to peel the fruit with all her might, all around for a splash of juice. Such a mixture of feelings Cindy had probably never experienced before. The feeling of euphoria and happiness from what she heard was replaced by heartbreak. Why hadn't she looked before? Why didn't she go anywhere? Maybe it was because she had been beaten into her head since childhood that her mother was dead and there was no one to look for. Did the people around the girl know the true state of affairs, or did they deliberately want to protect Cindy from unnecessary worry and suffering? How could she believe them? Why had there never been a similar circumstance with poisoning? She wouldn't even have had the thought that it was possible to address to the director of the orphanage, to the archives, to the passport office. There's lots of other places. Yeah, even people like Betty. The feeling of resentment at herself and dissatisfaction with the reception, which gave hope and more questions, turned into a severe headache. Arriving at the apartment, Cindy immediately popped a pill and fell into a dream. The next morning was no less interesting than yesterday. No sooner had the girl woken up and picked up her phone than she saw 8 missed calls. Anna Cindy had set the phone on silent and silent mode since the evening so that no one would disturb her while she was at Madame Cindy's. Without hesitation, she immediately dialed the superintendent's number. Anna, hello. What's wrong? I haven't turned in some reports. The girl's voice sounded confident and even rude. Cindy, I'm sorry to bother you. It's just the new employee quit. She got scared, I guess. We've had a non-stop incident. It's a long explanation. Could you come to work? Anna come out for a while or something. You know, I don't even know what to do. Maybe she'll come to her senses and come back. I mean, you're ready to shut me out again. Like there's someone better on the horizon? Cindy, it's definitely you I'm talking to. Anna, don't be sarcastic. I worked at your pharmacy for 2 years, and you fired me just because I didn't push expensive American vitamins on your customers. Expensive American vitamins, although I was selling our excellent vitamins with no worse composition. There was an awkward silence on the other end of the line. If you want to go to work, I have a few conditions for you. You must let me work in peace and not poke me for every pill not sold. And the second is that I get the same bonus as the other employees. I get the most customers on my shifts. And I'm not just meeting sales targets, I'm meeting them. Cindy, do you understand what you just said? I don't just understand, Anna. I'll tell you more than that. You've been taking advantage of me all this time and acting not like a professional, but like a person who only cares about profit. How many uncertified drugs have passed over your counter? How many people have you forced to offer those drugs to? And if any of them got hurt? Cindy, the voice of the superintendent, a hustler. Come to work today. I'll agree to your terms. Take it easy. Everything will be fine. Anna, I've already got some important things planned for today. But tomorrow, I'll be able to go on the second shift. Would you be so kind as to have the paperwork done by the time I get there so I can get to work right away? Okay, Cindy. We'll be waiting for you. Cindy put the cell phone on the nightstand and sat on the bed dumbfounded by her boldness and non-toxicity. So that's how it works, not being nice to everyone all the time. Maybe Betty is right about swinging her kindness at everyone, though I won't jump to conclusions. My restraint has at least saved my life. But being braver is definitely something to be brave about. An hour later, Cindy was at the police station near the pharmacy where she worked. Hello. Cindy walked up to the front desk window and leaned in. I'm sorry, my request will seem very strange to you, but I've been told that I have a relative detained here. A young guy, I don't know his name, but he looks a lot like me. The officer on duty looked at Cindy with undisguised suspicion and asked for a passport. Here you are. The girl quickly handed over the documents. The policeman approached a second officer sitting nearby. They both looked at Cindy carefully, then at her passport and looked at each other. Wait a few minutes, sit down over there, said the officer on duty and started to call someone on the phone. 5 minutes later, a man with 5 stars on his epaulettes approached Cindy. Hello, you're Cindy. Hello, yes. I'm senior investigator of the investigation department of the police department, Police Captain David. I was given your request to see a detainee, allegedly your brother. I'd like to tell you that it's not possible at the moment. We can't let you see him because you don't have proof of kinship, and only relatives or lawyers are allowed to visit. But how is it? What is he accused of that I can't talk to him? I'm sure he's my little brother, and he's innocent. But I can't prove our relationship right now because I just found out yesterday that I have a brother. Tell me, where do you work at this time? What is your marital status and where do you live? Why do you think this young man is your brother? I worked for 2 years in a pharmacy just around the corner here. Cindy pointed to the right. I live with a young man and his mom. Yesterday I was fired from my job, and today I got a call asking me to come back. Why were you fired? I think I was fired because I didn't want to force people to buy unnecessary drugs. I'm on good terms with my coworkers, and they can back me up on that. I see. Your supervisor and your roommate can corroborate these facts? Yes, of course. Of course, they can confirm everything. Tell me what my brother is charged with. Your so-called brother is charged with illegally forging a prescription for a serious psychotropic drug. In this case, it was a powerful antidepressant. It happened at your pharmacy. The new employee who just started yesterday was very professional. She told this young man that the medication had just arrived and that he needed to be in the pharmacy for 10 to 15 minutes so that he could buy it back, while the guy was waiting and our officers managed to drive up to the pharmacy and detain him. I'm gonna ask you straight out. You assisted your brother in this matter. Me what? Yes. How could you think I would go against the law? I'm well aware of the risks involved in such things. In fact, if I wanted, as you say, to help my brother, would I send him to a woman I didn't know to set him up like that? Would I take the time to serve him myself and not call the police? Well, I don't know. Maybe you could have helped your brother if you hadn't been so hastily fired. And besides, you have cameras in your pharmacy. You'd be exposing yourself and shining a light on your own. And who knows? What if you provoked your own termination? I didn't help my brother. I have no reason to lie to you. You sounded insistent and firm. Yes, we have cameras, but every such medication is recorded in a special log, and the pharmacy staff takes the prescription. According to our records, you can easily trace when and to whom we sold narcotic and psychotropic drugs. And I didn't provoke the manager. My coworkers can attest to that. I asked to be kept on the job. Wait, Cindy, I hear you. I've already got our CID operatives checking all the information we have. You've told me enough. Now I have to go. I've got a lot to do. David, wait, please. You think I'm stupid enough to go to the police and turn myself in? That I have nothing to do but make myself suspicious? For the sake of meeting some unknown guy? Well, tell me, what reason would I have to do all that? Cindy, I may be a little older than you, but I don't look like a fool. Maybe it wasn't your brother at all, but your boyfriend, who you decided to take revenge on, and then you came to your senses. But how can you come to the department and say I think you have my brother in custody? It's not his fault, and it's not my fault either. But you don't know your brother's name or what he looks like. And on top of that, your brother's friend tried to buy a serious drug by false prescription from the pharmacy where you work. And somehow the new employee who called us quits after only one day on the job. And that's how you're doing. They're hiring you back today. Don't mess with my head. You're both accomplices and suspects. Wait, David. I can't prove my innocence, but listen to me for 1 minute. Please. Cindy, I can hardly keep from crying. I'm an orphan. I was raised in an orphanage. I've been told my whole life that I have no family. And then, by chance, I ended up with a woman. She's a psychic, and she was the one who told me where I should go. You mean you? Of course, this all seems silly to you. But believe me, desperate people can go to such experts. Betty, that's her name. She can confirm what I said. She said her brother would inform me about the mother. The investigator stared intently at Cindy and guided her with glances. But no look could compete with the girl's desire to know where her mother was. She did not care whether the police officer believed what she said or not. Cindy spoke so confidently and clearly that she was even a little shocked at her latent powers of persuasion. We'll check it out. Everything you say, I'll send my colleague to your pharmacy. Again, if you're going to be a witness in this criminal case. I can't let you see the detainee. Dryly, the man cut the man off. But I won't consider you in that capacity. Your officers have already been to see me since this morning, and their testimony is more than sufficient. They will be witnesses in the trial of this case. I will allow you to see this young man. In my presence, of course. The time of your visit, 5 minutes. Come with me. After a series of corridors and staircases, Cindy and David descended into a semi-basement room. The man led the girl into an office with a small window and asked her to wait. 5 minutes later, 3 investigators, a detention officer, and a boy with a swarthy appearance entered the office. The girl was simply dumbfounded by the resemblance to the boy. Wasn't that the main argument that she was allowed to see him? The young man was about 19, black hair, and big brown eyes. If it weren't for the nose and chin, it would be safe to say they were twins. Everyone sat down at the table. The guard unlocked the guy's handcuffs and sat down next to him, Baton at the ready. It was obvious that the boy did not understand why he had been brought in. He looked at the girl with undisguised surprise. Well, Cindy, do you have 10 minutes? Time is not a rubber band. The investigator cut him off. Hello, what's your name? Cindy started hesitantly. My name is Peter. The guy stared intently into the face of the interlocutor. You probably won't believe me now, but I think you're my brother." It was as if an electric shock had struck the boy. He shook and cried, covered his face with his eyes, and started rubbing his eyes hard. You could see it. He was embarrassed by his tears. I knew you would come." The young man wanted to hold out his hands to the girl, but hesitated, catching David's stern gaze. That's how it is. Cindy herself could hardly hold back her tears. "Peter, tell me what happened to you. Where's your mom?" She's alive. Our mom is alive, and she's very sick." "No, she's not lying down. She can walk. She can eat. She can drink. But she is. She's mentally ill. She told me about you. You made her sick. Why? Because of me? Because she put you in an orphanage. She was always regretting it and crying. And now she feels so bad. She used to dream about you a lot, and she kept saying you were in danger. That's what she used to say. I wanted to take these pills for her. I already told you here." The guy looked at the investigator sideways. "We don't even go to the hospital to see doctors like that. A psychotherapist, a psychiatrist, you could end up in the move house. Who will get you out? So my mother was afraid to go. I read that this drug makes it easier. I mean, it makes your head feel better. So I got caught like a fool. Peter, tell me where Mom lives. What's her name?" "My mom's name is Nadia. My mom and I live in a narrow alley, 3rd neighborhood in the 7th house." The staff smirked when the young man gave the address, but said nothing. "Peter, I'm going to ask you one last question, and I'll never ask it again. What makes you so sure that I am your sister?" The boy smiled. "Understand," the girl continued, not paying attention to his smile. "I grew up in an orphanage, and I've gotten used to the idea that I'm the only one I can't stand if it suddenly turns out not to be true. Cindy, my little sister, just look at yourself in the mirror and then look at me. We have different fathers, but the same mother. We look a lot like her. You'll know it when you see her. We're brother and sister. I don't even have to think about it. Time's up. David's out of his chair. I'm gonna help you. Peter, I'm gonna help you. I don't know how, but I will." Cindy tried to cheer her brother up somehow. The detention officer told the guy to stand up and handcuffed him. "How did you find me?" Peter was already asking Cindy and trying to stay in the office. "I was guest." The girl only had time to see Peter's surprised eyes, and he disappeared behind the door. "Well, congratulations on the meeting." Cindy David said with a laugh or seriously. "What will my brother face if he is found guilty?" "Oh, it depends. It's up to the court. It's up to us to present the case to the judge, and it's up to him. He could get a real sentence. They could give him probation, or even correctional labor. I don't think so." Cindy realized from the indifferent look of the investigator that it was useless to ask him anything else. "Thank you for meeting me. David, I really appreciate it. I think it's going to be all right. Everyone has the right to make mistakes. Cindy, but sometimes it's better to stop mistakes before they lead to tragedy, whether you like it or not. Your brother will get the punishment he deserves for his crime. And I don't want to bring nationality into this. But you should know that gypsies are not easy people. That's putting it mildly. Besides, I advise you to check your brother's parentage. Although I can't deny that you do look a lot alike. You just don't make me believe it." "If not to take into account your persistence," smirked the investigator. "I hear you. Thank you for letting me see my brother." Cindy looked at the man and left the room. In the first moments after leaving the police station, Cindy wanted to rush to her mother. She wanted to run, to fly, to look into her eyes, but for some reason she stopped and cried. The avalanche of emotions of the past hour literally and figuratively knocked her down. Realizing that it was not a good idea to cry under the cameras, near such a specific place, Cindy put on dark glasses and quickly went to a good part of the nearest park. The girl sat down on the farthest bench so that, God forbid, she wouldn't be seen by anyone she knew. No, she didn't sit down to once again question what her brother had said or what Betty had predicted. A sudden flood of memories came over Cindy. All that bitterness of understatement unloved. Already seemingly buried in the most hidden corners of her soul suddenly broke free and began to frantically remind her of herself, how she would have acted if she found out her mom was alive when she was 7 years old. So would she run to her mom now as if to hug and cry about her life, about how her Russian language notebook was hidden by her classmates, and she got an F, just like her friend. How one day she refused to be friends with her because Cindy wouldn't let her wear her dress. Or how one day she went up to her teacher and childishly wanted to hug her. And then she told Cindy not to. Go away later, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for what? For not having to get used to love and affection. For always having to hold in all the resentment, anger, joy, opinions. How has that helped her in life? I live in a coworker's apartment, hiding from my roommate and his mother, who wants to poison me. That's what she was driven to by her blind desire to be loved, needed, not to be alone. Oh, how I've missed your embrace. Mom, how I missed you. What would have happened to me if you had been there? What would have been my fate? Maybe I'd be like my brother in the police station waiting for my trial, or maybe I'd be on my hands. Or maybe I would have become a good doctor or teacher. Or maybe no, I wouldn't. I'm not going to think about what could have been and torture myself. I will think how hard it is for that boy, whose mom buys medicines for a huge amount of money. How hard it must be for the grown girl who, after the wrong treatment, now can't sit up or walk. How hard it must be for the mom who has suffered all these years. No, I'm not going to tell my mom all my grievances. I won't tell her why she left me, why she didn't take me away. I don't know all the reasons, forcing her to do such a thing. It's a good thing she's even alive. Thought about it. Cindy got up from the bench and walked to the bus stop. The neighborhood Peter had named for her was completely unfamiliar to the girl. But she knew from the staff that many gypsies lived there. Paradoxically, despite her own almost gypsy appearance, Cindy did not even closely identify herself with these people. Nor, indeed, had she ever encountered them. Moreover, she unconsciously tried to prove to others that there was nothing gypsy about her. She dressed modestly and discreetly, often tucked in her curls, never had any conflicts with anyone. Yeah, and she had such a serious job. All this left no one even a chance to think that the girl could be of gypsy roots. Finally, reaching the right place, Cindy saw almost exactly what I expected to see. A small wooden house, once solid, but seriously touched by time. It was enclosed by a high iron fence. The girl pushed the wicket door, but it was locked. She knocked. Once, twice, a third time. No one came out, and just as she was about to get worried, she heard a voice behind her. Who do you want? Cindy turned around and saw a woman about 45 years old. I need to see my mom Vanessa. The woman's face changed and she stood stiffly. Cindy's daughter. Cindy looked at her mother and could not believe what was happening. This is still a very young and beautiful woman. Mom, hi, it's me. A woman ran up to Cindy and hugged her. Cindy, my darling daughter, how beautiful you have grown. The woman gently stroked Cindy's face with her hand. Forgive me for putting you in someone else's hands. I'm sorry. A flood of tears gushed from the girl's eyes. But they were not tears of sadness or resentment, as they had been on the bench. They were tears of joy, happiness, the realization that here she is, her mother, her own native, albeit such a stranger. Mom, how glad I am that I found you. How I missed you all these years. Daughter, I'm sorry. Mom, I'm not offended. The main thing is that we met. The main thing is that I found you in a hug. They went into the house. Vanessa began to manage and all apologized for the mess, then put the kettle on the stove, then tried to find something for tea. Cindy could see how worried her mother was, how embarrassed she was in front of her for not having anything for tea, and the house not quite cleaned up. The girl took her hands and held them close to her. Don't worry, Mom, don't worry. Vanessa guiltily lowered her eyes and again began to repeat, sorry, daughter. When they finally sat down at the table, Vanessa calmed down a little and said, Cindy, I felt you would find me. I believed that you and I would meet soon, but I felt something else. I didn't want to tell you this right now, but I won't rest. If I don't tell you, someone wants to hurt you very badly. The person who lives next to you hates you. Tell me, my daughter, who do you live with now? The girl told her mother about herself, about Mark, about her work, about her life in the local orphanage. Cindy did not tell her about any childhood offenses or the fact that Sophia wanted to poison her. She remembered what Peter had said about her mother being in a lot of pain over the past few years. If she needed such strong antidepressants, she didn't want to get into tears and explanations about it. Now it was necessary to think how to help Peter. And she would somehow get out of her own problems after today's crazy day of talking to the superintendent, to the inquisitive investigator, and finally, the long-awaited meeting with her mother. All other problems did not seem as insoluble to Cindy as before. The girl gently asked her mother about the pills that Peter was trying to get for her illegally at the pharmacy. Vanessa answered not at once, but sighed bitterly. She said, "I don't treat myself with such pills." "Daughter, the police already asked me." I said I lost the prescription my doctor gave me. "So you're doing great, Mom," Cindy said. I was getting upset because it was a very serious drug. "Please don't tell anyone about this under any circumstances." I hid it from everyone. Peter and I moved here a year ago. Before that, we lived in a village 590 kilometers from our town. As soon as we came here, Peter was out of control. He was rude. He started disappearing with some guys in the evenings. I got in touch with them and got him as the youngest. That's how to make some money. They say you're a real gypsy. You have a port hand. And he fell for their tales. Vanessa cried. "But it's my own fault. It's my own fault. No job. I have a normal one." That's how I get interrupted with guessing at someone I don't spin. Like my sisters. I can't take a lot of money from people. They come to me with their own problems and troubles. How can I fool them? If I know what it's like. I can't see the light of day from grief. "Mom, why did you and Peter move here? And where did you get your sisters from? Are you from our town?" "Yes, my daughter, this is my hometown. I was born here and lived here until I was 16. But as fate would have it, I left." "Mom, tell me, I'm ashamed to look you in the eye." "Cindy, I'm ashamed to tell you all this. I'm afraid that when you hear it all, you'll just leave me forever." The mother took her daughter's hand, kissed it, and squeezed it tightly in her own hand. "Well then, pour yourself some more tea. It's going to take me a long time to tell you." Vanessa smiled sadly. "I grew up in this town on the next street over. A lot of my family still lives here. My mom died last year. I got to see her. She wasn't old, she was still 64. She had a sudden heart attack. My father's alive, thank God. But we don't talk. She and my sisters still blame me. They say that if I hadn't run away 25 years ago, my mother would have lived many more years. Our family was always very friendly. But it so happened that when I arrived, there was no place for me. I betrayed my parents when I was young, and it happened to you too. They don't think of me as one of their own here. No one helps me. Even though my cousin lives across the street, or my second cousin or third cousin. According to tradition, children should always listen to their mother and father, and I did. I guess that's how life goes downhill. When I was 16, my parents wanted to marry me off, but my mother wanted me more than my father. I was very pretty when I was young, and my parents had already agreed on everything with one family beforehand. They had a boy my age growing up. My sisters had been asked to marry me before, but my father felt sorry for me for some reason. He said I'd have time. With such a beautiful family life. So I lived like that in my parents' house because I did little by little. I was often with my sister's children, but my mother couldn't calm down. Since I'm not in the house yet, she said to my father that with such beauty, how could anyone deprive me of my honor before my time? I'll never be able to wash away the shame. We started preparing for the wedding. I had to get a dowry. I didn't like my future groom Yakov. I saw him sneaking around with my sisters when he was helping my father build a house. But you can't contradict your parents. I even accepted everything already. And then I met your father. We'd never have met him if I hadn't been asked by an aunt at the market to help her. Her daughter had just had a baby, and they were selling together. And Kelly was the aunt's name. She talked my parents into letting me help her. Not for free, of course, but for money. Said I needed to get my hand in the trade. I didn't know how to steal or guard anything by the time I was 16. I was standing on one row, and the aunt around the corner threw the third strings, as a customer something to choose. I called her right away, and he was already paying her back. Your Alex's father was a loader at the same market. That's how we met. We talked and talked. We agreed that we fell in love with each other. He was a handsome guy, strong, tall. I liked him right away. And the fact that he was irresponsible, as it turned out later, I didn't care about that. How do you know I was? I met mine. And my aunt was watching me closely. She told my mother that I started talking to a Russian guy. After that conversation, my mother hurried to get out of the wedding. How then I wake up in the morning and she said to me, well, on the bargaining as if not trading anything. Today is your last day of work. I found a replacement for my sister. I didn't think that the love between me and Alex would flare up so much that I'd lose my head. That I obeyed my family. On the last day of work, I told him I'm not going to trade, I'll stay at home. And in 2 weeks I'll get married. He was very upset. He was not himself. An hour later, he comes up to me and says, let's run. My grandmother lives in the village. She'll take us in. I'll get a job there. As soon as I heard that, I refused. And he told me you'll regret it all your life. You'll live with someone you don't love, shedding tears. It'll be too late. It's like an electric shock. I think that not only will I live like that, I'll have children from a man I don't love or worse, like my sister. Her husband consumes her at home, and she puts up with it. Where to go? Married with 2 children. That's how we decided. Alex and I are going to run away. I packed some things at home. I hid my bag at night behind the fence. And I told my mother that I went to my aunt to get some fabric. She promised me something for the wedding. I crossed 2 streets with the bag, and Alex was waiting for me there. We ran to the station and took the train. They didn't require passports back then. That's how we ended up in the village. And then Cindy, a little audibly, asked her mother, who did not seem to want to tell a continuation of the story. And then we came to the village. This settled at his grandmother Nina. Alex's grandmother was on his father's side. He hadn't seen much of her in his life. She seemed happy at first, but when she found out that I was a real gypsy, and that Alex had taken me away like that, she began to lament that we wouldn't have a life without parental blessing. Her son Alex's father George, that's pretty much what he did when he was 18, joined the army, and just before he was discharged, he got married. His mother got mad at him, and he left with his young wife here in our town. Had he known that his own son would do the same in 20 years? Only George didn't abandon his children. Vanessa wiped them with a handkerchief. He brought up his own tears. And Alex told his grandmother, then I overheard it, that he never thought of running away. Yes, his mother gave him conditions. She said, live with whoever you want, but not with a gypsy. That's how it turned out that we had no life. Everything seemed to go well at first, but Alex got a job. I helped my grandmother with the household. But she was getting meaner and meaner every day, even though she seemed nice. And when I got pregnant, she started eating me up. I cried a lot for my parents. I missed my relatives. But how can you go back? You heard your parents from a Russian guy? I got pregnant before the wedding. My blood pressure started to rise for the first time in my life, and other ailments came out. Although I've always been healthy, Alex was getting darker and darker. He wouldn't even hug me during the last few months. He'd go out on the porch and smoke and smoke. He didn't get enough money at work. The boss said, you're not from here. I only pay well to locals, and you were content with what you had. And it's a hard job carrying sacks. I asked Alex, why don't we go back to town and live somehow? We'll be closer to our own people, and that's the first time you really hurt me. Why did I ever get involved with you? I didn't listen to my parents. If my mother and father had taken you in as a gypsy, would I be wandering around like this? You're not even my child. Who knows if you've been fooling around? Well, I was dealing. When he said those words, it cut me to the heart. I cried and excused myself. But your father changed forever from that day on. Nina urged me to go home, and I told her they wouldn't take me back. I'll live alone with my child, and I'll be known as a whore. So she couldn't persuade me. Then she went to the hospital, to the maternity hospital, negotiated for me to be admitted without documents, and negotiated some other things. But she didn't tell me anything before the birth, apparently on purpose, so that I'd give birth to a big baby and not do anything to myself before the birth. She packed some stuff for me. 3 diapers Alex didn't give me. I gave birth to you in February. I gave birth hard. Vanessa lowered her eyes. The doctors shouted push. But I have no strength. 50 kilograms of weight with you. The nurses are mad as dogs, they say. Say thank you. Why are we even helping you? You have no papers, no conscience, and all I do is cry. I think I'd like to give birth to a healthy baby. That's how you, my daughter, appeared at 7:00 a.m. And I have no family, no documents. What should I do? I gave birth to you on February 16. We didn't have cell phones back then. We had regular ones. I call Nina, and no one at home answers the phone. I wanted Alex to tell them you were born. You were so quiet at first, but on the second day you started screaming. The doctors say you're hungry, and I don't have enough milk. And what kind of milk can you get from such a disorder? 2 days later, I'm discharged, and I haven't heard from anyone. How do I get home? I don't know. I went to the nurse. I told her you know my mother-in-law, Nina. She worked at your hospital until she retired. Tell her I gave birth to a baby girl and I can go home now. And this woman stood in front of me and said loudly, "Did you come down from the moon or not? I don't need you. No, I don't need you." I cried and told her, why does she say such things to me? I gave birth to such a beautiful girl. You, when were you born? Her eyes weren't brown. They were blue and your hair was light brown. I even thought you looked like your father the first time I saw you. And the nurse says to me, "Didn't Alex tell you that he's going home to his parents? And Nina, don't call anyone mother-in-law anymore. You're her and no one can call you anything. And you've done magic on a young boy and you think it's all in the bag. Stay in your room and keep your head down." I rushed into the room, put you on the bed, kissed you, and jumped up on the windowsill. You wanted to throw yourself out of the window. A nice woman grabbed me by the legs. She said, "Where are you going to leave your daughter an orphan?" So she stopped me. I didn't jump. It just all came at once and there was no one to help me. I didn't expect Alex to be so mean. I thought he'd see you and everything would work out. And he did this to me. I was lying in the ward crying. And then a woman in a white coat came up to me, a nice woman. And she talked to me for over an hour, asking me who the child's father was, where I lived, how I got here. I told her everything as it was. And she suggested I put you in an orphanage. Cindy asked quietly, "No, my daughter, no." She suggested that I give you to another family, to give you up. Vanessa cried again. I didn't want to, my dear, and I didn't want to leave you like that. But I knew I had nowhere else to go, and I was very afraid of my parents. This woman assured me that you would live in a good family, you would not need anything, everything would be fine. I didn't know you'd end up in an orphanage. God knows I didn't know. Maybe someone did take me into a family. Since you say my hair wasn't black at first and my eyes were dark blue. And then they saw that my genes were taking their toll, that I was black, and they probably gave me to an orphanage right away. Cindy sat up to her mother and hugged her, though who knows what those people had in mind. The woman told me not to look for you. She told me not to hurt your fate. She promised me that you'd be fine, that you'd live somewhere else, that you wouldn't be kicked out, that you'd have a loving family, they would take care of you. That's how I gave you away, hoping that your life would be better than mine. Vanessa covered her face with her hand and was silent. And then how did your fate turn out, Mom? And then what happened? I left the hospital alone without you, without any documents. I came on foot to my grandmother, Alex, and asked her to leave me to live a little, until I found another place to live. She didn't say anything, didn't ask where the kid was. She just didn't say anything. But she made it clear that I could stay with her for a while. I laid there for a week crying. And then I went to the woman at the hospital who talked me into giving you up. I asked her for help. When she saw me, she hissed. She said, "Get out of here so I don't see you again." And I'm Maria. I had nothing to lose. I told her to help me with my job. Or will I come to you every day? She told me to come back tomorrow, as if she'd help me. And the next day, when I came, she took me to a secluded place, and there was a man standing there, a relative of hers. The two of them grabbed me by the scruff of the neck. I thought they'd kill me. They came up at me with such anger, saying, "Don't let your spirit be in the hospital." It told me not to go near the building itself. I was so upset at that moment. I decided to get you back, no matter what. I don't know how I'm gonna live, but I'm gonna get you back. I told them I'd go to the police and tell them everything as it happened. That there's a note about me in the hospital records. And the man laughed in my face and poked me with some cards. He said that he was a police officer himself, and that they would put me in jail in no time. I cried. I said I just wanted to ask for help. Why did you do that? The man shoved money in my fist and said that if he ever saw me near the hospital again, he would put me in jail. I left the building. I was crying. I sat down on a bench. I saw young people having a wedding. I felt so sad, so sick. And I was only 17 years old that day. And my fate is such a worthless fate. I went back to Nina's house, told her everything. I showed her the money and asked her what to do now. She said she'd buy me some linens and bedspreads for cheap, and I'd go out and sell, so no one would bother you. They wouldn't steal anything. He put me near his friend Uncle Nick, who has been fishing and trading at this place for many years. He was 57 years old at the time. He was 67, and that's how I came to live with her, and I cried to you all the time. Yeah, thinking about how to get out of poverty. If it hadn't been for Uncle Nick, would you have been killed somewhere? They threw me out. Times were tough back then. Nina didn't talk to me much about anything. I tried to ask her where Alex was. Does your father live? And she forbade me to even think about him. But I didn't hold a grudge against her, because she taught me a lot about cooking and gardening. I'm very grateful to her for that. I did not socialize with the local gypsies, although one guy looked at me, but I didn't even look at him. He was very handsome and handsome. And what am I? A freeloader. I've got nothing. That's what happened to you. I couldn't just spit and forget so quickly. It's been 2 years. I started to climb out of poverty. I only knew the house and the market. So I lived with Nina. It's getting duller now. And I kept thinking how I could return home. I missed my parents and my sisters a lot. And I didn't just come to visit. I wrote a letter to my cousin about Ruben. I was afraid to write to my cousins before my own sisters. Otherwise, the letter would have gotten to my father. And in that letter, I foolishly told him everything. I decided to complain. 2 weeks later, I got the letter. Oh, how I cried. How I suffered again. She told me that the letter had come to her husband by accident, and he couldn't think of anything better. He read my letter and then gathered everyone and read it again, and told me not to set foot in my native land. Since I did such a thing with my child, but I wrote, he took such a step not to shame my parents and sisters, but as an admonition to young people to think with their heads when they want to disobey their elders. And my mom, when she heard about me, yes, in front of everyone. She had a heart condition, and my relatives turned on me. I should have come to my relatives to apologize, to ask for forgiveness, not to believe a letter. But I was cowardly. I was afraid of the punishment of condemnation. I was so worried that he went to the hospital. And there's a guy there. He worked nearby, who liked me. He was a house painter who started renovating the place. That's how we got to know each other. His name was James. He looked very young. He was 12 years older than me, and he was already a widower. His wife died a few years ago. He had everything he needed to live. He had a house from his parents and a car he'd earned himself, but he wasn't happy. 3 months later, he and I got married. I moved out of Nina's, and they lived in his cabin. James was a hard worker. We lived together. That's what blood means. How did he surprise me? You won't believe the books he read and told me about. I'd never read a book before I met him. Slowly, little by little. Our business was booming. I was working, trading. He drove me everything by car, drove me away, guarded me, didn't let anyone offend me. Then we had Peter. His father loved him very much, and Peter loved his father. But we didn't have any more children. It was fate. And me. I spoiled Peter very much. I poured all the love I didn't give you on him. If it wasn't for his father, I don't know how he would have done in school. I went around begging the teachers to let him stay. While we were living with James, they put a new house in the village, bought a new car. I had a baby with my parents. I started calling my sisters to visit them. They came to visit us a few times as a family. Everyone came except my father. I gave them nice presents. I tried to make it up to them. It was like life started to get better. Everything started to run its course. But then, 3 years ago, disaster struck. We'd had our own outlet for a long time by then, and James used to go shopping. We were selling textiles. He was coming from a neighboring town. And then he fell asleep or something happened to him and drove into the oncoming traffic and collided head-on with another car. I couldn't say a word for 2 days after I found out. I couldn't stop crying. My relatives came to the funeral, and his relatives came, sisters, cousins. They started accusing me of ruining him with my trade. I had to travel all the time. I barely managed to keep up with them. Maybe they were jealous that James had made all his property on me, and as he felt, he said, "Let me draw up all the documents for you." That's why his relatives started visiting me. I'd organized the funeral myself. I had to take a big loan at high interest to make everything honorable. Peter couldn't believe his father was gone. I thought he'd help me later, but he wouldn't let me. He says, "You've been dealing with your father all your life. I grew up on my own. I don't want to mess with your stuff. That's the way it is." After James died, it was a mess. Tax audits started coming in one after another. I couldn't pay them off. And after one, they wanted to put me in jail. Alleged bribery. I sold my car and garage to pay off my debts. Then we started to sell the goods slowly. I could have hired a man to help me. But after all that grief, I just gave up. I didn't want to do anything. I resisted everything. Peter here finished school at 18. He stayed for a second year once, and 2 weeks later, he received a summons to the army. I went to one friend and another. Nobody wants to help. What's the army for him? He's had gastritis since childhood. And he's unprepared. He's neither athletic nor strong. I got up courage. I went to the military officer. I said, "I have one only son. Why are you sending him to the army?" And he told me, "You're not an invalid and you can support yourself. You've got a registered shop. So your son, like all normal guys, is subject to conscription." I think not. I don't want my son to be bullied in the army. But what kind of gypsy is a soldier? I lost you. I didn't want to lose Peter too. I found a man in a neighboring town who could help me. But he asked me for such a large sum of money that I had nowhere to go. Peter, when he heard that I needed so much, he immediately decided to serve. She says, "Don't sell the house, Mom." What am I supposed to do? Why do I need this house without my son? We packed up the house in 2 days, took it to the garage, and sold it in 2 weeks. I lowered the price and hired an agent to help with the paperwork. Sami all this time and a friend lived at home. Everything was resolved in the end from the army. They didn't take Peter. With the money left from our huge house, the only thing we could buy here was this. You can see for yourself, what a dwelling. Vanessa looked around the room. Peter didn't want to leave the village. He blames me now. He says that nothing would have happened to him if we had stayed in our native village. And the fact that I sold my last house to keep him out of the army, he doesn't appreciate it, doesn't understand it. He has no desire to study or work. And his relatives, Mom, they can't help. You communicate with them normally now. My in-laws, my daughter, they don't talk to me much. I called them when I was dealing with the army. They told me they couldn't help me. All our Roma boys are too young to get married. Almost all of them have 2 children by the time they're 18. And I didn't go to them for help. They didn't ask me to come here. I was drawn back to my homeland. I couldn't live in this village anymore, where I experienced so much grief, shed so many tears. My motherly heart told me that I should go back to the place where I was born. And I was not mistaken. I met you. I just don't know what to do with Peter. My sister told me about my son. They wouldn't even listen. You screwed up your own life when you were young by sinning. She's getting what she deserves. We've got a lot of kids to take care of, grandkids to support. You've lived your whole life somewhere, never helped your father or mother. And when did the trouble start? Did you come home like that? Cindy listened to her mother's confession and realized that it had not been easy for her all these years either. It was a small relief for her that she was a gypsy, but she did not talk and behave like the gypsies from the Tabor. and she stayed with her mother for another half an hour. Cindy drove to the apartment where she had lived all the way. The girl was thinking about how to get Peter out. She had some savings, but it probably wouldn't be enough to pay the lawyer's fees in full. And yet she and Mark wanted to. Oh, that sounds weird. She and Mark aren't anymore. They're with Mark. Vanessa's mom told me about where sacrificial love leads. Thank you. No refills. With Mark not calling or texting for 2 days now, we should help our own people and let strangers eat their own mushrooms. But what to do? Run to the bank, apply for a loan, ask someone to borrow money. Of course, my brother was a great handyman. But I won't find another brother like him, and I won't even find my own mother. But it was not only finding her own kin that was the main reason why Cindy was ready to get into credit. She, more than anyone, understood the importance of help in times of need. After all, she had help too. Maria's co-worker let her stay at her place. And Betty, the psychic, didn't take any money at all. And who knows how her fate would have turned out. If she hadn't picked up a beautiful African statue, if she hadn't found herself in a completely foreign apartment. An hour later, Cindy was outside the law office. Not a moment's hesitation. The girl hurried inside. A young lawyer named Ethan listened to Cindy very attentively. You know, I have a maternal brother. He's 19 years old. Just a few days ago, he tried to buy some medication at the pharmacy with a fake prescription. It's a serious drug, not narcotic, but it's a kind of powerful antidepressant. That's the brother's name. How to put it, a Roma by nationality lives alone with his mother. According to his mother, this is the first time he has been in such a situation. I need to know how much your services will cost to keep him out of jail. Cindy, I hear you. I have a lot of details to work out. First, I need you to answer a few questions. Was your brother able to obtain this medication? No, he didn't. The pharmacist was able to call the police, and he was rounded up immediately. Was there a group of people involved in this case? I mean, was he doing it alone or with someone? He didn't do it alone. He was solicited by good friends who offered to make money by reselling the drug on the internet. But he told the police he was buying it for his mother. All right, Cindy, expect my call tomorrow. This preliminary interview was free for you. I'm sure there's a lot more nuance to the case, but I understand you're agonizing over your brother. That he hasn't been involved in any drug fraud schemes up to this point. Yes, I vouch for it. Reprimanded the girl. I have come across such cases before. It's good that your brother did not manage to sell the drug or even hold it in his hands. The price for my services will be about this. The man handed Cindy a sheet of information. Of course, it's still a preliminary rate, but I don't think it'll change much at the end. If you agree with the terms, just text me tonight, and I'll call you back tomorrow and set up a full meeting. Cindy thanked the lawyer and left the office. Getting to Maria's apartment, the girl studied in detail the rates and all the other ticklish moments. Yes, she didn't have that much money. After she and Mark started living together, Cindy rented out her small apartment on the outskirts of the city. But all the money went to the communal rent or other household needs. She didn't want to be on the dole, so she and Mark had a half budget. Plus to all this, the girl wanted to show Sofia Pavlovna that she did not come to everything ready-made. Cindy did not buy unnecessary trinkets and rags. Rarely traveled by cab, so for almost a year of living with Mark, she managed to save a small amount. She had even told Mark about it, hoping he would praise her. But the young man only grinned at the confession and replied, "Yes, you are a bargain bride. No father, no mother, no mortgage. And you will buy. Still turns out good for you." The next day, Cindy got up early. Anxiety did not leave the girl had to get ready and go to the pharmacy for a certificate of income. What if the director wouldn't take her back because of the recent stubborn conversation with Anna, or the investigator would show up and start asking tricky questions about the situation with Peter? With anxiety, she entered the building and was already mentally prepared for defense. But the excitement was in vain. To the great joy of the girl at work, she was very happy to see her. Her colleague, Lyudmila, told Cindy all the latest news. Especially, she described the arrival of a police detachment called to a young guy who tried to buy a fake prescription. The new employee reacted very quickly to the situation, But no sooner Anna praised her than she immediately quit, saying, "I have small children, and I do not want to leave them without a mother. Suddenly, this comrade will track me down and take revenge." That's why she quit without working more than one day. Ludmilla also laughingly noted that the guy was very similar to Cindy, adding there are such miracles in life. Having taken all the necessary documents from work, Cindy went to the nearest bank branch after checking through the databases and filling out all the papers. A loan for a small amount was immediately granted. The time was 11 o'clock a.m. when the lawyer called, and she was visibly nervous. She had to settle all the issues with him and be on time for her shift at the pharmacy in 3 hours. Finally, Ethan called her and set up a meeting at his office. Cindy made 2 agreements with a lawyer, one to defend Peter during the preliminary investigation, and the other to defend her brother in court. She paid for everything with the money she'd just gotten from the bank. Without putting the matter on hold, Ethan drove to Peter's place of detention. On the way, he dropped the girl off at work. While at the drugstore, Cindy couldn't find a place to go. They agreed with the lawyer that as soon as he got out of Peter's, he would call her, and they would meet in the park to tell the girl about the circumstances of the case. Upon hearing the call, Cindy asked for 20 minutes with a coworker and ran to a familiar park. Upon meeting, Ethan reassured the girl. Peter had been very clever. He didn't confess to the investigator that he wanted to buy the drug for resale. The sick mother theory would hold if Vanessa had ever been to the hospital. But so far, the version is the death of her husband and father, the ruin of the business, the deprivation of real estate, moving, and, as a consequence, the severe stress of the mother, the fear of going to the hospital of hope, to avoid being declared insane. And here's the result. The son wanted to help in this way, found on the web information about the drug. He couldn't convince his mother to go to a medical institution, printed out a fake form from the internet, and went to the pharmacy. The positive moment in all this story is that your brother has no criminal record and has never been brought to administrative or criminal responsibility. I may be able to help testify in his defense. Careful, asked Cindy. No, you can't be a witness. Only your employees who were present in the pharmacy that day can testify in court. In particular, the pharmacist who resigned in a hurry. And in fact, you miraculously avoided questioning by coming to the department the day before yesterday. Apparently, the investigator was charmed by your brown eyes, the lawyer joked. Usually such strange circumstances like yours, immediately taken on the pencil. Tell me, what could Peter face for all this? Cindy didn't even pay attention to the compliment. She didn't care about that right now. I'll do my best, as long as the DA doesn't find anything else. Like your brother's accomplices. It's a good thing Peter didn't call his mentors or email them. And they discussed all matters strictly face-to-face. I'm sure these guys knew that they could check correspondence and calls. That's why they weren't supplied. And as for the sentence, as I said, it will depend on many factors, on the prosecutor, on the judge, on me, and on one more circumstance. What is that circumstance? No offense, but your brother is a gypsy, and that fact alone can serve him badly. We know these comrades very well what they're capable of. I see your point. But still, what's Peter facing? It could be a year. Probation could be a serious fine. It could be court-ordered community service. But it could also be 1 to 3 years real time. Cindy's pale. Don't get upset. It's not worth it, Ethan summarized. I'll stop by your mother's tomorrow afternoon. Will you tell her to be at home? I must go now, Cindy. I have to leave. Thank you for explaining everything to me. Goodbye. Cindy ran back to work. Yes, Ethan was a clever man, but how handsome. She remarked to herself, what the hell are you thinking? What am I thinking? She should be thinking about her mom, about herself, 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 about herself. If only it wasn't all for nothing. The rest of the time, Cindy worked like a bee, serving customers, counseling people on the phone. Every minute she tried to occupy herself with something to distract herself from her thoughts, especially thoughts about Mark. Did she love the man, or was she teaching herself to love him? How could it be that the conversation she had obeyed with Sophia had begun definitively and irrevocably? Rosta doesn't care about this immutable iceberg called love. Yes, Mark may be cheating on her or may have wanted to cheat on her. But how could she draw conclusions without talking to the person, finishing work, and taking the bus to her mother's house? Cindy dialed Mark's number. "Hi, what are you doing? How are things going with you?" The girl asked him. "Hi, I'm not really comfortable talking right now. I got held up at work. Mark, I won't be long. Listen to me for a minute." "Oh, come on, then you're not gonna dare." Okay, before Cindy took offense at Mark, she even now tried to justify his rude way of talking. But in fact, there was nothing to justify. She could hear the voices of guys and girls on the phone. Apparently, he'd stayed at work and they were celebrating. And she called him for the first time in 3 days and got this answer. Even if she didn't hear those women's voices, what difference would it make? When had she heard them all on Sunday? When Cindy approached Vanessa's house, it was already 9:00 p.m. The woman was sitting in the arbor in the fence, going through a basket of seeds. "Been waiting a long time for me?" asked Cindy's mom. "Yes, I've been waiting all my days. I took out a loan. She wouldn't give me a lawyer. He said he'd do his best to keep Peter out of jail. But still, the decision will depend on the judge, the prosecutor, and many other things. He could get a year's probation or a fine or community service." Vanessa cried, covering her face with her hands, just so that everything would be all right, just so that Peter would not go to jail. "Mommy, I believe. Everything will be all right," Cindy interrupted. "Vanessa's crying. I'm not trying to make you feel better, but I think this lawyer is a very smart man. And he's handled cases like this before. He also said Peter was very good. He didn't say too much under questioning. And he's got a good tongue. God willing, it would be so." The woman wiped her tears. "Thank you, my daughter. I'll be indebted to you for the rest of my life. I went to the sisters again today to ask for money to help Peter, but they wouldn't give it to me. They said, 'Don't go anymore, don't bother your eyes.' Mom, the main thing is that I have a job, and then we'll pay off the loan and I'll help you. As long as everything is normal with you and Peter. I don't care about anything else." Vanessa's daughter looked at Cindy carefully. "There's something you're not telling me. I can see you have a lot of sadness in your heart, but it has nothing to do with me or Peter. Tell me if there's anything I can do to help you." "Mom, can you see right through me?" I got scared. The girl smiled tiredly. "Yes, I really need help. But how? How can you help me? I have no idea. You tell me, and then we'll have an idea." Cindy sat down beside Vanessa and began to tell her everything that was weighing her down. Told her about her mother, about Mark, about Sophia. About accidentally overhearing a scary conversation on the phone about the intention to poison her. Vanessa gently interrupted Cindy and said, "Daughter, there's only one way to do this, but I know you'll give it up." Cindy did. The look would her own mother really offer her a fortune-telling? It's all so predictable. So the movie makers. A gypsy mom telling her daughter's fortune. That's hilarious. Does she have another option? Or she's forgotten who she found her mom and brother with? If she doesn't find answers in the next few days, she's gonna go crazy. Yeah, give it to Mom. Cindy waved her hand and stopped resisting what was happening. I wouldn't want to ever guess my own daughter. Vanessa picked up the cards. You can't peer into your children's fate. I've never guessed for you or Peter. How will you make your own life? That's the way it will be. But since it so happens that we don't know why a decent and beautiful girl wants to poison you. So we need to open that secret door, and the cards will help us. Vanessa shuffled the cards and asked Cindy to move the deck with her left hand. After asking a question, she began to spread the cards on the table. The woman sighed now and then and about shook her head, and still could not begin to speak. Mother, what's the matter? Don't be silent. Cindy couldn't stand it. An inheritance, daughter, for which they want to poison you. But what inheritance? From whom? From a very close relative. It's meant for you. That relative is alive. That's strange. And here comes a dead relative. I don't get it. So wait. Let's see your father, Alex. Is he alive? No, Alex is dead. He's not among the living. He's dead. Turns out the girl had her head down. What a pity I didn't get to meet him. Forgive me, Mom, for saying that. I realize that your father has caused you a lot of grief. It's just human nature. I'd like to see him. Maybe he thought of me once too. At least I found you with Peter. I've never looked for anyone, never even thought about it. What's school? What's work? And now I regret it. Don't blame yourself. Maria, all in good time. Alex left us. Not us. But if I'd met him, I'd have told him I gave you to someone else's aunt. And I don't even know where you are. The woman looked at Cindy. No, daughter, I'll never be able to make it up to you. Or will I die from my mistakes? Or do I repent and move on? What about Alex? Did he choose his own path? I loved him very much, but that's just the way it is. Vanessa looked carefully at the cards, and I looked at my father. Unexpectedly, Cindy asked herself, "You don't look like me anymore." He was handsome, but my blood wins out in you. Only your skin is light in your father's understandably light skin. Cindy sighed. A woman of age, but not of old. Vanessa placed a few cards on the table. Next to her, you share bread and blood, know some secret inheritance-related secret. She wants to ruin you for it. To find out everything, you have to go to this woman's house as soon as possible. Vanessa looked lovingly at Cindy. But all daughters showed up tomorrow to your failed mother-in-law and will find out everything. Do you think Cindy came out of the gazebo? She will tell us everything just like that. And if she doesn't want to tell us, we'll scare her. We'll say that you recorded everything on your phone, and we have dirt. Vanessa neatly folded the cards and hid them in a velvet pouch. Would it work? Cindy stared into the darkness of the street. It'll work. You just have to help me. You have to go with the pressure for a reason. But tomorrow the lawyer wanted to come by and see you, Mom. Oh, right. What are we going to do? I can't miss the meeting, and I have to do something to save you. No, Cindy, there's no choice. You're both my own children. Why don't you text Ethan half an hour before you get there? I'll be on the phone when he gets ready. We'll get in a cab and we'll drive back. Okay, Mom, I'm glad you're so adventurous. Cindy kissed her mother on the cheek. I also wanted to ask you something, but I don't think it's probably a good idea anymore. I'm waiting for you to ask about Mark too. You looked at my life in the cards and you didn't say a word about Mark. And what you say about him, daughter, I can see that. He doesn't love you. He had some feelings for you at first, and then it all went away like apple blossoms. He wants a girl who's loose, unbridled. He thought if you looked like a gypsy, you'd be just like him. And you, a modest girl, turned out to be decent. That's what this is all about. So it's my decency. Cindy grinned. Don't blame yourself, daughter, you're being decent. It's just that I can see you don't like him yourself. No offense. It's true, you've fallen in love with the first man you meet, who treated you well and promised you everything. What I don't understand is, with your beauty, why did you choose him? I'm sure you've had better suitors. Mom, you're looking at water, aren't you? I'm not surprised anymore. Yes, I've had some good guys and boyfriends. They offered me friendship, but I was so afraid. How can I explain it to you? I had a friend in an orphanage for a short time, but it didn't matter. Anyway, she's very pretty. She was a girl who graduated from school, went to college. It doesn't matter. So she studied. And so she kept telling me, I'm still young, fresh, I must find a groom. Do I have the right to be happy? She found a fiancé. He was a nice-looking guy. He had some kind of business. I think she was even jealous of me, afraid I'd steal him away, so we stopped talking. 6 months later, I'm standing at the bus stop, and suddenly I see her Helen. She's walking strangely, limping. Her face is all twisted. I walked up to her, and I was stunned. Not even a trace of beauty left. I said, "What's wrong with you?" And she tells me that this guy beats her regularly and slips her to his buddies. You know what I mean, Mom, what do you mean? I said, let's go to the police, and she didn't. What are you doing? He'll kill me right away. I have no family, no friends, no one to stand up for me. And his friends are all tough and connected. I told her, how can you let him abuse you like that? And she cried and said, why don't you know that orphanages don't treat us like that? And I took it for a reason. She was offended, I said. Maybe you shouldn't have chased riches. And find a normal person to live with. Helen looked at me like that and said, Look, don't let all this righteousness get you into trouble. That was the last time I saw her alive. 3 months later, I found out she'd hanged herself. Too bad about the girl. Too bad. Vanessa was sad. To kill herself in her prime. I feel sorry for her too, and ashamed. I am. I didn't do anything to help her. Then don't blame yourself, daughter, for chasing the good life. There's more than one girl like that gone. And about Mark, you don't have to think about it at all. He's no good for you. All right. The morning's the morning. Tomorrow we'll solve everything. Now let's go to bed. I've already put you up. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Cindy and Vanessa were already outside Sophia's apartment. Climbing the stairs, the girl stammered every now and then. Every step was so hard for her. She felt like a traitor who lied to her roommate about the business trip. Eavesdropped on the conversation his mom was still living in the middle of nowhere, with a suddenly declared gypsy mother, going to the showdown. The fact that Sophia wanted to poison her and Mark was trying to cheat on her was not taken into account by Cindy. The overwhelming event of the last few days seemed to override for her the significance of those horrifying moments, not hammered out in front of the investigator, the superintendent, and the lawyer either. Now Cindy felt like the same insecure applicant for a daughter-in-law as before. Noticing this, Vanessa stopped her and said there is no retreat, or now or never. If you don't protect yourself, no one will, and you don't owe these two people anything. You've been living as their housekeeper, and they wanted to rip you off too. Cindy and her mom rang the doorbell and waited for someone to open the door. 3 minutes later, there was a shriek and the door opened. Oh, Helen, hello. Who are you here to see? Hello, Sophia. I came with my mom. The woman entered the apartment. The mother-in-law's face changed in a second. Well, come in. I really wasn't expecting guests. You should have at least warned me, because besides potatoes and mushrooms, there is nothing to treat you with. Sophia looked haughtily at Cindy and Vanessa. Cindy didn't even have time to think of what to say. Vanessa didn't mind what she said and shouted loudly, Madam, we are not mushrooms. We have come to eat your grass, and we don't need it for nothing. How are you behaving, gypsy? A man in my apartment. The woman's face turned Bagrove red. Spare me from your mother. Cindy, you can see she's insane. I didn't come to meet you. I came to ask why you were going to poison my daughter. Answer me quickly. And if you don't, you know we have a recording of you and your sister talking about how best to do it. Nowadays, modern phones can record sound from a mile away. Sophia didn't look so furious anymore. She stood silently against the wall and held on to the door jamb. Cindy, seeing all this, pulled some papers out of a folder and continued. It is in your interest, Sophia, to tell me what I did to you that you wanted to poison me. If you continue to keep quiet, I will call the police right now and show them this audio tape, where you say you're going to give me special mushrooms. I've already spoken to the investigator of our neighborhood police department. He said I can come in any time and file a report on your intent to harm my health. Sophia literally rolled down the hallway onto a small stool, unable to utter a word. Stop. Don't, Cindy. What's the matter with me? Come in, sit down on the sofa. I'll tell you all about it. Mother and daughter went silently into the hall and sat down on the sofa. The sudden change in the mistress's mood made them feel pity mixed with disgust. Yes, so it's time to begin, Sophia says. Very calm. When Mark was 7 years old, I met your father, Cindy. Alex. We started living together. Everything was fine for the first few years, and then he started to get, how shall I say, unhinged. He'd walk from side to side, or he'd sit in the same pose for hours. I couldn't figure out what was wrong, so I called him in for a serious talk. That's how he told me that when he was young, he had met a gypsy woman from our town. They moved to his grandmother's house. You could say they ran away. Then he started to have problems with his work. He started to pine in general. You know the rest. The woman looked at Vanessa with a sidelong glance. He didn't remember the incident for many years. As he said himself, he returned to his parents, worked hard, studied by correspondence. He met me later when we just started living. We didn't think about children. I already had Mark. I kind of and do not need children, but also work with the deputy head of the canteen. 300 people need to feed factory workers. Anyway, I thought our love would survive without a child together. But it turned out to be not so simple. Alex tried like a madman to prove to me that I should give birth to a girl. And I'm not used to being forced. I studied once secretly from him, even had an abortion. He accidentally found out about it and beat me for the first time in our life. After the abortion, or after the beating, I couldn't get pregnant anymore. Sophia cried. I went through all the doctors. They told me that you can't give birth this way and that way. I came home and told Alex everything. I wish I hadn't said anything. He became insane. He could just raise his hand against me at Mark. It wasn't often, but it still happened. Our whole life went down the drain. Then he thought about looking for you, Cindy. We traveled to a lot of orphanages together. But did we know what was so close? What was right under our noses? We thought you'd been given up near the village, not 600 kilometers away. A lot of kids have been revisited. I cried. I kept saying, let's take any girl from Chernivtsi and raise her as our own. But he wouldn't agree to anything. He tortured me and tortured me himself. We went to the maternity hospital, even to the village. But there wasn't a single record there. It's like you've fallen through the ground. And Alex's grandmother, Nina, had died by then. She called him before she died and apologized. He didn't even realize why. It was only afterward that he was able to make ends meet. Why did she apologize for you? Sophia looked askance at Vanessa, but he didn't think to ask her anything. Not your address or anything else. What information? And after that, there was no life. He drank all the blood out of me with that search. We went to the police, made inquiries. We always got the same answer. Not found. No information. I didn't want to lose Alex. I loved him. And when he was in his normal mind, he was a kind, hard-working man who brought every penny into the house. He was 6 years younger than me. Where could I go then? And even with a child. At first, Leshat and Mark had a very good relationship together. We played some stuff, we put up with it. I couldn't be happy until he started thinking about you, Cindy, night and day. Could have ignored Mark for weeks. Told you so well. You have a mother and a father, but my little girl, she has no one. I don't know how she's doing. And the first time Mark hit her, the right ones, then all friendship between them came to an end. Alex thought that his stepson owed him his life, that he had adopted him, that he was supporting him. Mark hated him. He hated me for living with him and not kicking him out. What's the joke of being a teenager? Guilt tripping? My psoriasis worsened from nerves. I lost my job to gnaw on myself. Started to think I couldn't have a baby anymore. Because of you, by the way, both I and Mark suffered. The woman glared at Cindy, and I was torn between my husband and my son. I wanted to live a normal life like everyone else. I tried to smooth things over. But how can I compete with the mistakes of the past? Against you, Sophia. But what does that have to do with me? Can you be specific about that? Cindy couldn't take it anymore. How was I supposed to know it was like this with you? I didn't either. If I lived in an orphanage, if I'm gonna poison someone, I have to kill them. How did you even know whose daughter I was without a photo? I have a friend who works in the city archives. She set up the information to find you. And when I realized that you, Alexa's daughter, I froze in place from shock. I hoped you were dead or somewhere in the foster family. But no, you're alive and you're working right here. How did I get scared? I wondered if you get everything. So I decided to set you up with Mark so that the inheritance would be ours. And you didn't even realize how it happened. You thought it was an accident. I sent Mark to your drugstore and told him you were beautiful. I wish I had a daughter-in-law like you, and everything would have been fine. But that womanizing fool almost ruined everything. So Vanessa got up off the couch. Maybe we should get to the point. You've been talking for half an hour, but it's no use. What inheritance? Talk fast. Why did you want to poison my daughter? Sophia got up from her stool. I'll tell you everything. Just promise me you won't go to the police. Is everything I said true? You may not believe me. You can blame me, hate me, yell, scream, but I can't leave Mark alone. If anything happens to me, it'll be the end of him and me. Sophia, you're blackmailing us now, trying to put some of the blame on us. It's not my fault that you and my father had such a life, and that Mark became like that to me and my mom. In case you've forgotten, he abandoned us too. But unlike you, I don't blame anyone for my troubles. Cindy came right up to the woman. I have no pity for you. Tell it like it is now, and don't try to tell a lie from a local parent. I can smell a lie a mile away, Vanessa added. Okay, Sophia went to the window and began nervously stroking the curtains. Alex had a close friend who was a lawyer. He asked him to make a will with special conditions. In case of Alex's death, everything will go to Mark and me. But if his own daughter showed up, everything would automatically go to her. This apartment, the car, the garage, and what's in the safety deposit box. I don't know what's in there. Alex died 3 years ago. His parents died a year before him. Is that what this is about? Vanessa sat in the chair again. That's it. I see the inheritance on the inheritance charts coming out, and you just decided to get rid of me for the apartment and the car. Cindy, I couldn't help the tears that came in. You ruined your mother's gypsy and our whole life. Sophia cried. I gave so much love to Alex nursing him when he got sick. And what in return? To go begging with my son in his old age. Cindy's dear mother cut the woman short. Have you ever tried earning your own money? You haven't earned anything yourself in all these years. The girl began to peel the fruit with all her might, all around for a splash of juice. Such a mixture of feelings Cindy had probably never experienced before. The feeling of euphoria and happiness from what she heard was replaced by heartbreak. Why hadn't she looked before? Why didn't she go anywhere? Maybe it was because she had been beaten into her head since childhood that her mother was dead and there was no one to look for. Did the people around the girl know the true state of affairs, or did they deliberately want to protect Cindy from unnecessary worry and suffering? How could she believe them? Why had there never been a similar circumstance with poisoning? She wouldn't even have had the thought that it was possible to address to the director of the orphanage, to the archives, to the passport office. There's lots of other places. Yeah, even people like Betty. The feeling of resentment at herself and dissatisfaction with the reception, which gave hope and more questions, turned into a severe headache. Arriving at the apartment, Cindy immediately popped a pill and fell into a dream. The next morning was no less interesting than yesterday. No sooner had the girl woken up and picked up her phone than she saw 8 missed calls. Anna Cindy had set the phone on silent and silent mode since the evening so that no one would disturb her while she was at Madame Cindy's. Without hesitation, she immediately dialed the superintendent's number. Anna, hello. What's wrong? I haven't turned in some reports. The girl's voice sounded confident and even rude. Cindy, I'm sorry to bother you. It's just the new employee quit. She got scared, I guess. We've had a non-stop incident. It's a long explanation. Could you come to work? Anna come out for a while or something. You know, I don't even know what to do. Maybe she'll come to her senses and come back. I mean, you're ready to shut me out again. Like there's someone better on the horizon? Cindy, it's definitely you I'm talking to. Anna, don't be sarcastic. I worked at your pharmacy for 2 years, and you fired me just because I didn't push expensive American vitamins on your customers. Expensive American vitamins, although I was selling our excellent vitamins with no worse composition. There was an awkward silence on the other end of the line. If you wanted to go to work, I have a few conditions for you. You must let me work in peace and not poke me for every pill not sold. And the second is that I get the same bonus as the other employees. I get the most customers on my shifts. And I'm not just meeting sales targets, I'm meeting them. Cindy, do you understand what you just said? I don't just understand, Anna. I'll tell you more than that. You've been taking advantage of me all this time and acting not like a professional, but like a person who only cares about profit. How many uncertified drugs have passed over your counter? How many people have you forced to offer those drugs to? And if any of them got hurt, Cindy, the voice of the superintendent, a hustler, come to work today. I'll agree to your terms. Take it easy. Everything will be fine. Anna, I've already got some important things planned for today. But tomorrow, I'll be able to go on the second shift. would you be so kind as to have the paperwork done by the time I get there so I can get to work right away? Okay, Cindy. We'll be waiting for you. Cindy put the cell phone on the nightstand and sat on the bed dumbfounded by her boldness and non-toxicity. So that's how it works, not being nice to everyone all the time. Maybe Betty is right about swinging her kindness at everyone, though I won't jump to conclusions. My restraint has at least saved my life. But being braver is definitely something to be brave about. An hour later, Cindy was at the police station near the pharmacy where she worked. Hello. Cindy walked up to the front desk window and leaned in. I've made a good living. Once upon a time. But I told you I got sick. And with a disease like mine, not many people will hire me. Especially if it's a catering business. Alex knew how dependent we were on him. And still left us penniless. But that's your personal problem. Lady, they don't concern us. Tell me, where is this notary sitting? Vanessa is heading for the door. You'll get everything, Cindy, even without a trial. You just have to show proof of parentage. Sophia Mark knows about all this. No, he doesn't, so he won't understand why I made him marry you. He would have broken up with you a long time ago. I've been holding him back. I thought I could settle the matter with a little blood. But he's completely out of hand. Oh, that's it. And I thought you were with him. The girl was breathing hard. I thought he was treating me like that because he wanted to get rid of me too. But it turns out he just doesn't like me. It's easier than I thought. Daughter, let's go. There's nothing to do here. Yes, Mom, let's go. Cindy followed Vanessa, but stopped by Mark's mother. I'm not excusing my father, but I believe he had his reasons to do this to you. Of course, I'll do all the tests I need to and take whatever I'm legally owed. And thank you so much for doing this for me, by the way. Talking on the phone about the poisoning. For raising a son who was incapable of love. For telling the truth. Cindy, I really hope that for my heartfelt confession you won't deprive Mark and I of our only home. I really hope, Sophia, that you didn't poison my father with mushrooms when you heard those special terms of the will. And as scary as it sounds, no one has canceled the exhumation of the body. Cindy and Vanessa walked out of the apartment and slammed the door shut. Sophia froze in mute question. She didn't even have time to object or take offense. But Cindy's statement, this once quiet and girl, uncomplainingly bore all her nagging and scrubbed to a shine all the corners. Once it had been her and Mark's apartment. Now the woman was dumbfounded at how confident Cindy had become in the past 2 weeks. How easily she had brought her out. How deftly her experienced. For all intents and purposes, a man pinned against the wall. These 2 gypsies she had miscalculated. She had unthinkably miscalculated. Sophia sat down on the floor and cried. August 12 was very hot. Fallen in the greenery dacha plot in the village. Hospitably received guests at a round wooden table under the latest apple trees. Sat 5 people and drank tea with a huge pie. Ethan, thank you for helping us. Cindy led her guest down to a mug of tea. Oh, really, Cindy? The law was on your side. I was just scaring your frustrated fiancé. He really went to court in a frenzy, didn't he? He thought they'd believe him right away. I still feel bad about how low people can be. Accusing me and my mom of attacking Sophia. That I met Mark on purpose to steal my inheritance from them. No, they probably wouldn't even make a movie like that. No, sis, they won't. Peter took a bite out of the apple. If it wasn't for Ethan, it'd be over. I'd be sunning myself on a bunk somewhere right now. Don't say that. Vanessa intervened. What are you talking about? And in general, you need to think about what to do now. He's been sunbathing in the country for 3 months. Peter, he's planted a lot of beds. We'll eat vegetables all winter without looking in the stores. Cindy stood up for her brother. Oh, my daughter, I'm just embarrassed in front of our defense counsel. That's how they fought for Peter in court. I didn't even think anyone would stand up for my son. Who are we? Gypsies with no ancestry? Vanessa, I didn't do it for free, first of all. And secondly, I was so struck by your story that I couldn't do otherwise. The lawyer looked at the girl. By the way, Cindy, were you dating that Betty woman? Yes, I did. She's very happy for me and tried to tell me something else. She says nice, but I stopped her. I never want to know what the future holds for me again. So Cindy Maria's coworker put her cell phone on the table and got ready to talk. Let's be honest. If you, Cindy, hadn't accidentally settled in with me and picked up that African, who knows how things would have gone? Yeah, if I hadn't agreed to fill in for you then, how things would have been. The girl laughed and stroked a little rounded belly Maria. And in general, girls, Vanessa began quietly. There are a lot of these ifs in life. But someone was let down by greed and thirst for profit. We gypsies are often accused of that, for example. But you can't put everyone in the same category. After that incident with you, Cindy, the woman, lowered her eyes. I tried to live honestly, so my prayers were answered. Let's not talk about sad things. Cindy, why don't you tell us about yours? Or something funny? You've got tons of stories. Hash, the last thing I want to talk about is work. Too many events fell to the share of an ordinary pharmacist of the pharmacy panacea. Cindy has a better smile. I'll tell you what the letter I found in the safety deposit box says. It's a letter from your father, Alex. Peter asked timidly. Yes, from my father. I won't start from the beginning. It's very personal at the beginning, and only a few lines from the middle. Cindy took out a large folded piece of paper from her bag, which was lying beside the chair. I hope you have chosen a serious profession, daughter. Maybe it's a doctor, maybe it's a teacher. Maybe you chose a profession like my mom as a pharmacist. But just know that whatever you do, I'm sure you'll succeed. There are many professions in the world. Just pick something you like. The girl is silent. Wow, Maria got up from her chair. So your father suggested that you might be a pharmacist. That's quite a coincidence. Yes, I'm shocked at the coincidence myself. Cindy put the letter back in her bag. So my daddy dreamed of me being a pilot, and I became a lawyer. What am I supposed to do now? Retrain myself. Ethan humorously sank in. No, you don't have to retrain. Vanessa patted the table with his palm. Do you have to get married? Everyone laughed. I'm all for it. The lawyer looked fondly at Cindy. I've chosen a case to my liking, and I want to choose the other half to my liking too. Oh, you've embarrassed me. Cindy waved, and black curls themselves in the rapids of the apples will throw down. Come on, eat faster than the fields. We'll eat any of your pies. It's so good. Even Mom doesn't cook. Peter winked at his mother and took an appetizing bite of apple pie. I'm glad, my family. Cindy looked at her family and smiled. Finally, my pies are starting to taste good.